Oh boy. Maybe I shouldn't accidentally play copyrighted music in the beginning. Might be a bad idea, I don't know. Man, I need to buy a new webcam. This shit is so annoying. Every single time I have to manually change the shutter time of it. Because it can't do it automatically. Or it can, but if you do, it's always wrong. Because you can't like adjust it or adjust the auto settings like a little brighter or a little darker. It's just always wrong. But. Shutting off the Winamps. As you can see, I might have installed Pathfinder Kingmaker here. We'll probably do a Chaotic Evil playthrough after we're done with this game. That's also gonna take like 4 years. Never mind. Thought I saw something, but I didn't. Because even if we're doing all the side quests, or a lot of them, there can't be a lot left. Yeah. I don't know how long we've been playing. Definitely more than 10 hours though. And again, this is an example of a well-made Unity game. You don't even notice that it's Unity. What am I looking for? I was looking for something. I played 26 hours. Yeah, we're pretty close, I think. But how close? Who knows?
All right.
Right, we were going to dive into the Merecaster. The Lost Shepherd. Find help for Eretis. But there's no help here.
I'm ready. I'm always ready.
Oh, but Kina wants something. You saw Melmoth. You know now why I don't forgive. He is stubborn, obstinate, beyond hope of salvage. Adiris is a fool. She slashes her hand like a knife through the air. We'll have no more talk about forgiveness. She exhales sharply. Alright, if you don't have any questions, let's move on. Okay. I mean, I agree. Maybe you should let something go at some point, sure. But people like slaughter your entire village, betray you, lie behind you. Yeah, I don't know. They were pretty big crimes. I'm ready to talk to Massoff. Show me the Merecaster. You are a thoughtful, able student, and I hope that you will remember what you learned in the tasks I set you. Be gentle with Zarian. You are violating his mind. Be true to his path. And what you need? Be true to his path. Find what you need and return without causing him harm. You have a duty to preserve his life, as he intended it, if at all possible. She presses the box into your hands. Tidal energy swirls around it, drawing you in like a maelstrom. You focus on it, opening your innermost eye. You are torn from your body. When you first open your eyes, there's only a ruddy glow and frightening shapes in shadows around you. The air is hot and stifling. As your eyes adjust, you realize you're outside, but the sky is darkened by clouds of pitch. The ruddy glow comes from lava flows, as they trundle down distant mountains, into the volcanic fields all around you. Sharp towers pierce the sky, papered like the bones of a ribcage. Indeed, they look like bones in every way, as does the ground beneath you. You appear to be standing on the spine of an enormous beast. The bottom of its jaw can be seen far in the distance, half buried between a layer of cooled lava. Some kind of sandworm. Sand snake. I don't know if it can count as a worm if it has bones. Then it's probably something else. Most of the bone towers look identical, but one shines from the inside with an odd blue light. The top of the glowing tower has been snapped off, and what looks like a transport hovers next to its peak. It's your transport. You were sent here to find something. Oh, they're that big? Oh shit, that's a fucking house. Oh, I thought we were like standing on this, and they were like maybe twice as tall as us or something. But no, they're fucking gigantic. Twisted bridges connect the spine to the volcanic fields around you. In one direction lie enormous formations of obsidian, arches, spires, a wall. In the other direction, a narrow pass is carved into the mountain face. The field leading to the canyon is illuminated by hundreds of glowing lights. You know this body wasn't sent to find Masov, but Adiriz said he'd appear. Perhaps following through events will lead to him. Explore the towers around the spire. I'm gonna do that. You search through tower after tower. Some of the chambers you come to are filled with piles of dead relics and broken ciphers, but nothing of value. Finally, you come across something promising. You find a staff made of some prior world metal. It's cool to the touch, unusual given the extreme temperature of the air itself, and burn marks blacken one end. Very likely this was used as a weapon. It may work again, but probably only once. You take the staff with you. Try to remember who you are and how you can find Masov. You are in the body of Zerion Daywalker, a jack who can speak with the dead. Indeed, now that you remember that, you can feel the dead all around you. You can hear them. It takes little effort to know the stories of those who died here. You may even be able to imbue some of your life force into their corpses. Zerion is wearing a black, form-fitting suit that keeps off the worst of the heat. He carries a whip and various necromantic ornaments. Zerion was on a task for someone called the Chimera. He was sent here to find some kind of sphere. Anamnesis. The sphere is an artifact called the Urlimnion. The Chimera would be quite upset if Zerion returned without it. Perhaps Zerion's mission will aid you on your own. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about the area of the spire. You are in a place called the Fields of Ossifagan. Ossifagan? And many have lived and died here, though it seems a terrible place to live. Scavengers from Sega's cliffs have been through in recent centuries, seeking treasures of the past. Before that, it was mutants, fleeing revolution after bloody revolution, in a place called Haref. Before that, refugees from a village called Shuenha. Before that, the Ossifagans themselves. You see a glimmer of a powerful artifact. Hundreds of years ago, there was a battle here. Many died. 2 people, a middle-aged woman and a teenage girl, fought over a copper sphere at the top of the glowing bone tower. Perhaps that copper sphere is what you were sent here to find. Climb the tower to the transport. You're at the top of the broken bone tower. Jagged bone walls act as a kind of parapet. From here you can see the fields of Ossifagan, even better. The spine below you, the obsidian formations in one direction, and the glowing fields in front of the mountain pass in the other. Floating just next to the tower is a hovering pod made of azure steel. A ramp leads from the parapet into the transport. Why? What is this transport? I don't get it. Is this ours? What happens if I enter the transport? Use your connection to the dead to learn more about the top of this bone tower. Little has happened here, but for one event that immediately becomes apparent. You see a middle-aged woman. You know her name is Amma, facing off against a young girl named Thea. Amma is hovering in the air, like the transport does now. She holds a copper sphere that glows with a golden light. Angry words are exchanged, and suddenly, Thea leaps off the tower and tackles Amma. The two of them soar through the air toward the obsidian formations in the distance. Okay. Enter the transport. As you approach the ship, a tingling crawls up your spine. You have a profound sense of a task unfinished, and that trouble awaits you. Or at least, it awaits the person whose body you are in. If you leave now, is this what Adiris meant when she said to be careful with Zarian's life? Yeah. Had to check. That's our ship. Go to the obsidian formations. Crossing the volcanic plains, you arrive at the obsidian formations. Massive structures of cooled, shining rock leap from the ground, curling into impossible shapes. And an enormous black wall rings most of the formations, rising 100 meters out of the ground in places. The obsidian formations are dark, quiet, and desolate. A hot wind blows from magma flows farther off. But here nothing flows and nothing lives. In the distance you can see the spine and bone towers, and in the other direction the plains stop at a sheer cliff. At a sheer cliff face, with a mountain pass carved in between. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about the location. The obsidian formations did not form naturally. Creatures made of pure light, called firewights, formed these structures out of hot flowing magma, then supercooled them into the shape they are now. The whites were trying to get at something, or someone. You see a pair of figures atop a small flying platform. One of them holds a copper sphere that glows with a golden light. The whites tried to trap them here, with their wall, but they escaped and flew toward the mountain path. Another event occurred here. Firewights have killed many people over hundreds, even thousands of years. These deaths culminated in the creation of something called a Gemorn, a creature of pure rage. The Gemorn has since wandered these volcanic fields with an insatiable lust for revenge, mostly against the whites that created it. Go to the mountain pass. The mountain pass is still some distance away, but you're close enough to see that there is too much rubble at the bottom to make your way through. Spread out in front of the cliffs, the great volcanic plain. Across the entire expanse are hundreds and hundreds of creatures lit with a dim glow that has nothing to do with the magma. You know these creatures are called firewights. At the moment, they seem to be ignoring you. Study the whites' behavior. You stay near them, watching for a long time. At first, they seem to just be wandering without rhyme or reason. But then you realize that the shifts you feel in the air temperature are not random, nor natural. The whites themselves are causing them. Indeed, once you figure this out, you can see how they use the temperature of the air as a kind of communication between each other. Maybe you could use this information to slip past them. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about this location. You see a group of people in tattered clothing march through the pass out of these fields. They are terrified, having lost many of their number to the whites. You see two figures riding a small flying platform, almost like a shield. Suddenly, the platform teeters, and the figures fall. You can see the spot where the shield fell. And though the bodies are no longer there, you can feel their presence very strongly. And there, a short distance away, you can see where one of the figures dropped what looks like a copper sphere. Get the shield. Attack the whites. Use your connection to the dead to animate a corpse and have the corpse get the sphere for you. Get the shield. I mean, this is his strength, but if we're gonna sneak past them, a corpse seems terrible. Use your connection with the dead to speak to those that died here. Though there are no bodies on the surface, you can feel the dead beneath the rock, preserved by magma that has flowed over this spot over the centuries. One is a middle-aged woman, named Amma. The other is a girl, but she is strangely silent. Even with your strange powers, there is nothing here, there to speak with. Peace, says Amma. Is it better? Better, yes. Better oblivion. What happened to you? Buried to death. Before that, lived. Before that, died. Before that, lived and died and lived and so many cycles, so many deaths. The air shivers. Your tone drops dangerously low. Before that, someone else. Awoke and remembered. A fight. A girl. Urlimnion. Though you cannot see Amma, her presence moves through you. Turns your head. You see in the fields, in the distance, that what she's talking about. The Urlimnion. A sphere of burnished metal lying in the rock. And you know this is what you were sent here to find. Who are you? Amma. The disembodied voice sounds like it's calling Amma, rather than naming herself. No, not Amma. Chilled. Cast away. Eaten and alive and eaten again. Not Amma. Food for whites. Why can't I speak with the girl? Gone. Gone, but not gone. You shudder. But it's not you who is shuddering. She woke something. Vengeance. Though no vengeance is in her. You feel Amma's presence looking off toward the obsidian formations. There is something glowing and moving over there. Return to her peace. Get the shield. The whites don't bother you as you try to pry the shield from the ground, but after a few minutes of tugging and digging, you realize it's impossible. The rock is cooled and melted and cooled again several times around the device. It's not going anywhere. Get the sphere. Now that you know the whites communicate through temperature variation, you might be able to avoid their attention by feel, better than sight, assuming you can figure out what the different temperatures mean. The sphere is about 300 meters away, and the whites shift around constantly. It's going to be tricky to get close. Move closer to the sphere, staying where the air is cool. You edge your way closer to the sphere. One white looks your way, then another. Suddenly, the air alternates between streaks of intense cold and heat. You don't know what it means until several of the whites block your way to the sphere. The rest come at you with outstretched hands. Run to the obsidian formation. The air grows colder as the whites close in. You bolt in the opposite direction. As you near the enormous obsidian structures, the air heats up again to its previous volcanic levels. The whites have disappeared suddenly, and you are alone. Air grows colder as the whites close in. So what, they absorb the heat in the air? If you're warm, you're outside their area of influence, more or less, or their senses. Explore this area. You search for anything remotely interesting, but the place is barren. As you're about to leave, an orange glow reflects off the rocks ahead. An enormous paw steps in your path. The rest of the creature emerges. It's the Gemorn, a pillar of light with claws. 100 faces twist in its body. Emerging, howling, then melting back into the curling fire. The creature is easily 3 meters wide, and at least twice as tall. Taunt the Gemorn from a distance. Get it to chase you. Is this supposed to look like something? Let's taunt it. And fail. Gauging its speed and strength, you snap your whip from a safe distance. It roars. You feel the weight of 100 people crushing your head, but you don't stop. You throw rocks at it, insult it in a handful of languages. Nothing you do hurts it, and it probably doesn't understand your words, but it understands your intentions well enough. It charges at you with great speed and intent to kill. Run to the mountain pass. The Gemorn lets out a piercing cry. It stays right on your tail the entire way, forcing you to sprint, gasping for breath in the hot air. You can feel the Gemorn's rage like a hand pressing against your back. It presses harder, squeezing your mind. The Gemorn's howl makes the ground tremble. Suddenly, the pressure releases, and the air turns burning cold. You risk a glance behind you and realize you are in the center of the plains, leading to the mountain pass surrounded by the fire whites. The Gemorn grabs whites one at a time, tearing them in two, then tossing them aside. The whites rush forward, together to defend themselves against the horrible beast. In their anger, you are forgotten and ignored. Try to slip past the whites to get the sphere again. With the whites' attention focused exclusively on the dangerous Gemorn, it's easy for you to slip in and grab the sphere. None of the creatures notice you at all. Explore the fields carefully. With the whites ignoring you, searching the fields is relatively easy. You find a kind of shield embedded in the molten rock, and you feel, rather than see, the strong presence of death here. Searching further, you find a copper sphere lying on the ground. Yeah, we already have that. Return to the spine. You are on the spine of a great dead monster, buried in lava. Rib-like towers jut out of the ground all around you. A transport floats next to the top of one tower. 2 landmarks are visible in the distance. Massive obsidian formations, and a carved mountain pass beyond a field of glowing lights. Climb the tower to the transport. Yeah, we already read that. Enter the transport. You step aboard. The transport does not appear to have been made with adult humans in mind. There is only room enough for you to lay down, and even then you have to roll on your side and bend in your legs slightly. As soon as you have done so, the ramp recedes and the doorway disappears. Your stomach lurches as the transport takes you to the sky. Or as the transport takes to the sky. At first you try to peer out of the tiny portholes, but all you see is pitch black. Presumably the volcano's black clouds. Eventually they are replaced by the black of a starry sky. You try to see the land below, but it's impossible in the cramped space. Hours pass. Finally, the transport slows. Its humming ceases, and the door reappears. Hello there. You step out of the transport, stretching painfully. You're in a strange cavern. Artifacts are strewn everywhere, in various stages of repair and experimentation. One wall is covered by a network of displays, showing people and scenes that mean nothing to you. In the center of the room is an enormous cage made from steel tendrils that twist together at the top. The cage glows for a moment. A figure walks out. He wears a thick cloak, but his face is most strange. It shifts and blurs. changing its features constantly. You get the impression you are seeing a person, but you can't define what the person looks like at all. His name comes to your mind immediately, the Chimera. Took you long enough, the Chimera's voice is metallic and artificial, shifting as often as the features of his face. His expressions slide and change, but all of them are frowning as he reaches forward and takes the sphere from you. With your unique gifts, I thought finding a dead relic would come easy. The Chimera sets the Urlimnion on a nearby table with a clunk. He immediately picks up a variety of scanning tools, one after the other, probing the Urlimnion and its secrets. He seems to have forgotten about you. You look around the cavern, but there are no entrances or exits. Nowhere this Masov could be except for the cage. Examine the cage to figure out how it works. You take 2 steps forward. You take 2 steps toward the cage, but the moment you reach your hand towards it, the Chimera stops you with a bark. What do you think you're doing? Your mission is complete. I have no purpose for you out there. Where is Masov? I need to speak with him. Masov! The Chimera's altering voice slips from baritone to falsetto in a rapid series of notes. A dozen different eyes, narrow with suspicion. I'm not sure that Tinkerer could tell you anything useful, but I can think of no reason to deny you. The Chimera turns and slides a hand along one of the metal tendrils. Although no discernible interface appears, he presses his finger against the metal twice and the cage begins to glow. The Chimera turns his attention back to the sphere, indicating you should enter the cage with a dismissive wave. 2 of the metal tendrils become a kind of doorway on the other side. Masov squats on some sandy alien shore. Stars twinkle in the sky behind him, but there are no stars you recognize. He picks up his head, as though he heard something, then he turns around to face you. One of his eye sockets is artificial, alternately projecting a human eye, a snake eye, and something even more alien in the time he looks you over. He looks like a shipwreck survivor, bare-chested, ragged pants, ragged beard. If so, he's better fed than you'd expect. Zerion, he says, his human eyes squinting in the light. What the hell do you want? He peers forward, as though trying to see into the cavern. Where are you? Are you really Masov, the one who talks to machines? His brow furrows, while his artificial eye sockets cycles through about a dozen different eye patterns in 2 seconds. His tone drops to a dangerous low. Who are you? The resonance chamber has been smashed. I need to know how to fix it. He puts a hand to his chin, all anger and suspicion gone in the face of a puzzle. Well, it ain't that hard if you know the basics. The chamber's crystal, yeah? So it's grown, not built. So long as the chamber's core is intact, it should know how to grow itself. You just need a catalyst too. He trails off and looks at you anew. Why do you want to know this? The resonance chamber is only good for... He gives you an angry look. Who sent you? Why are you after this? I'm trying to stop the sorrow from hunting us. Masov barks a short, bitter laugh. I don't doubt it would stop the sorrow and a great many other things. I don't know how, but the changing god's trying to use you. If that chamber's fixed, nobody benefits but him. You can't trust a damn word that bastard says. How would the resonance chamber benefit the changing god? The resonance chamber is only good for one thing. He holds up a finger. And that's snuffing us out. The changing god's plan to use it to merge all of us, every cast-off that still lives, back into his body. That's his plan for stopping the sorrow. He puts a grease-stained hand on your shoulder. Look, I don't know who you are, or what your part is in this, but you cannot let him activate that chamber. You need... He glances over your shoulder at something in the cavern. Though when you turn, you see nothing there. At first, it's alive, he whispers, drawing your attention back to it. And she's got her own plans for the chamber, one that won't kill us all. Our sire has a new cast-off body that he plans to use as a catalyst for the chamber. But the first has a better plan, something that won't snuff out every last one of us. Look for her in the bloom, he says grimly. Just make sure you don't... Oh, the bloom. That's where I stopped playing. Before he can finish, you feel a wrenching twist in the center of your body, like your heart being wrung dry. Your vision tunnels black, and you feel as though your body were being sucked through a steel pipe. You're being pulled out of the mirror, but it's far more painful than it ever was before. Then mass off, the cave, and everything else disappears. You plant your hand on the icy floor and push, staggering up to your feet. Every inch of your body aches, as though you've been crushed in a massive hand. The spectre stands before you, impassive. It may be your imagination, but he seems more solid than before. A phantom tendril, Oom's tendril, coils around your forehead, cool and soothing. Find yourself staring at your hand, your solid, real hand. Across from you, the spectre is still transparent. The tendril tightens once, as if in confirmation, or warning. Then the sensation is gone. You are alone here with the spectre once more. He is waiting for you to speak, frowning now. Collect your thoughts. You concentrate, struggling to gather your thoughts, but they whirl through your head like hot sand. The spectre sighs, seeming less solid now than he was a moment ago. We need to talk, he says. You barely hear him through the pain. But this is your mind, honed in the psychic battle you fought alongside the warriors in the Fifth Eye, sharpened to a glittering edge. You inhale, clear the pain from your limbs, and gather your thoughts to you. Focusing, you open your eyes. The spectre, now slightly transparent, is speaking again. I have something I've been meaning to tell you. See, I haven't been completely honest with you. I'm not a part of you. You're a part of me. I created you. I'm the changing god. No, I am. I've been wondering where you were. Here, he says simply, his outline solidifying. Here all along. Now, I know this is a lot to take in. It means this body of yours is actually mine. I lived in it for years, and now that we know the first is still alive, I need it back. And what would happen to me? A good question, he says. He seems taller than he did a moment before. Once you give me my body back, your thoughts would be pushed to the back of my mind. It would be frightening for a moment. Disorienting maybe, but not painful. And then, our thoughts would merge. You'd become part of me again. He spreads his hands. And that's it. Now, give me my body back. No, this is my body, not yours. I knew you'd say that, but let's get this straight. I lived in this body. I made it for a purpose. And now you say your wisp of a life outweighs my centuries of experience? Or maybe you think my first cast-off has a better way, Some magical solution to live out your false existence without price? I promise you, she has no such thing. She has always only killed to get what she wants. Her self-interest is just as strong as yours or mine. The only difference between the three of us is that I am real. You wouldn't exist if it weren't for me. You don't exist apart from me. Everything you are is a byproduct of my skills, my intellect, my experiences. And now that I have the chance to stop the sorrow, to save us all, you refuse me? Who in the hells are you? The new owner of this body. It was never yours to take, the spectre says, grimacing. No, let me tell you what you are. You're an accident of fate, a parasite in the mind I built. You're a child. I don't want to destroy you, but I will if I must. Give me control. Never. Then, I'll take it, the Spectre says and spreads his arms. Tidal energy pours from the air around you, flowing into the Spectre. The ground itself slips around your feet, holding you in place. You feel your grip on your body, your mind slipping by finger length. You are diminishing. He is winning. You search your mind, your hard-earned memories, for something that will loosen his hold on you. A ghostly woman from the recesses of your mind. Yep. The moment your mind touches on her, she is there, facing the Spectre. Sorrow and anger radiating from her eyes, her heart. Scowling, the Spectre flicks his hand to the side in a dismissive gesture, and she fades away once more, taking some of his radiance with her. His outline blurs, becoming hazier. Your machines have driven women in Sega's mad. What makes you think you deserve to return? The Spectre winces, as if you have struck him, and mutters something under his breath. You barely make out the words, through the chaos around you. I would drive everyone in Sega's mad if that's what it took. Then he looks up, startled that you've heard him. This moment of uncertainty costs him. A portion of his own energy lashes through him, stealing a portion of his strength. He is nearly transparent now, nearly gone. Pull your feet free. You struggle against the ground, even as it creeps up your legs, but cannot free yourself. I'm going to rip you from my mind. His expression hardens. You won't live that long. In another few minutes, your mind will be tattered wisps of thought fading into air. Try to pull your feet free again. Groaning. You strain against the floor, holding you in place, but no, you are trapped. Tidal surge turned the tides against the Spectre. I mean, what choice do we have? We don't need to fight. I mean, he is a bastard. But we did promise that we wouldn't use the tides. Attack anyone. We aren't fighting, the Spectre says in a level voice. An argument requires two people. At best, you're a muscle cramp, a headache, and you will subside. Well, you give me no choice. The Spectre's eyes widen as you straighten, gathering the threads of the tides in your hand. You raise them before you. Don't, the Spectre growls, but you ignore him, wrenching the threads apart. Agony explodes in your mind, lashing through your body, damaging essential parts of you, and the Spectre as well. Took 10 damage to health pool. With a shuddering gasp, he stumbles backwards, fading in and out of visibility. The pressure on your mind dwindles and ends. Fine, he says, eyeing you with cool contempt. If you're so intent on stopping the sorrow on your own, have at it. Let's see how you handle what's in store without my help, my guidance. Then he fades completely, but speaks again. His voice is coming from all around you, from every corner of your mind. He's not gone, only hidden himself in your mind. I wasted my time trying to reason with you. You didn't reason with me, you just demanded, dude. That won't happen again. Oof. As the portal closes behind you, something feels off. It only takes you a second to realize the Spectre is gone. It is quieter now, in the calm of your mind. But he's not truly gone, is he? You can still feel him out there, watching, waiting, perhaps for a moment of weakness in which to strike. Probably. Hello, Choi. You want to talk? Oh, level up. ability or skill. So dismay, onslaught. Honestly, I'm not sure I really want that. I don't want any of these. And you can't grab tides here. I could take persuasion. That's always nice. What I want here is persuasion and concentration. But the thing is, we can still persuade without persuasion. Concentration gives us something we can't do without it, which is getting rid of the negative effect of a bonded item or a bonded artifact. I think we'll take concentration. It does come in use in dialogues as well, so... Oh, another level. 3 stat pools. Might. Now. -2 might pool, -1 training level in stealth. Well, both are kind of pathetic. We just got like +2 might pool, that's it. Shadow Step, this one is terrible for us anyway. All it's really giving us is movement speed. They don't really want this, area attacks. Might Edge. Oh right. Didn't do that thing. Retrieve the ring fragment from your bags again. Examine Arif again. Wait, huh? I bought it. Did I forget to buy it? I didn't. There was the other ring fragment. Where did it go? Come on, I know I bought it. Maybe one of my party members has it.
Yes.
Anyway, let's have a conversation with Choi. Talk to Choi some more. Can you talk about what happened? Stares at her feet. Are you alright? Shudders at your words. Very well.
Yes. Now.
Out.
I'm going. Ah, much better.
So? Your eyes snap open, and at first you fear you've fallen deeper into the labyrinth. Another fathom. Flames rake the ground around you, the bedrock buckling under the heat. The image of Audrey's resolves as your vision adjusts to the searing light. Her composure is beginning to crack. You can see her fear in the eye. You can see the fear in her eyes, held in check only by her iron will. You're awake. Quickly now. While you were inside the mirror, gods, the shields have fallen. The sorrow is breaking into the sanctuary. He scans the area. It's destroying our home. The others are trying to hold it back, but tell me first, did you find what you were looking for? Yes and no. Masov says the resonance chamber will destroy us all if the changing god activates. You mean the first was right all along? You must find a way to stop him. He must not be allowed to succeed. I knew he was the pinnacle of selfishness, but this? Well, I mean, the first might just want to do the same thing. Who knows? Now we must deal with the situation at hand. A few have already escaped, but most are trapped within the rubble and flames. Some too terrified to move. You must get to the teleportation platform and flee. Save as many as you can on your way. Although the dome no longer encircles our sanctuary, the generators may hold enough power to slow the sorrow's progress. They can be activated by placing your palm here and whistling this tune. Her dry lips rasp a five-note descant? Descant? What? Is that a thing? Descant.
Descant. Descant.
Descant. Okay, a descant. Her dry lips rasp a five-note descant that you commit to memory. She plants a kiss on your cheek. Good luck, brother. Let's make sure as many survive as possible. She runs off, her voice raised in command, as if the quiet matron of Mila Vest had never existed. Andronus Sandhand, Rima Syro.
Yes.
A few weaker rocks lie cracked below, a larger group of boulders. If they can be removed, the rubble will collapse. Smash the smaller rocks to free the boulders. Oh my god, shit. Good thing we have a lot of might. A few of the rocks break free. Those remaining cannot support the boulders above. The pile collapses and rolls out of your way.
Action! Here I come!
Smash the rocks. Bonk. Get him.
Learning begets doing. Or is it the other way?
Maybe I could have activated that. I need to talk to that guy to free him. No. No, we need to just help them get all the way.
I'm there.
Oh, level up. Can we level up in the middle here? No.
Something something you might not expect. I can barely scratch this thing.
Yeah, no, but I was hoping you would blind it. You have to run! Run! Make your way out, brothers and sisters. The portal to the necropolis still functions. Oh. Doesn't seem like we can level up in combat. Is it 100% hit chance on this guy? Because he's flanked? He's flanked that OP.
Let's go.
What? What? What just happened? Took 0 damage and... I don't understand. I don't get it.
If you want a job done right,
Ow! 34 damage? Oh, they did. Nice. Yeah, before he managed to do the thing.
I think that's best. Of course we can help. Right, all?
Where's our sire? Does he even care that this is happening? Well, he's currently stuck in my brain. Why? Very low damage. We're doing what we can. Leave us be. Ask them to help the other cast-offs. He nods curtly. Right, let's go, Ram. Took an action. Actually, I think we'll run away with my dude here.
all right.
I feel like I can take on the world.
Hopefully, Eritis can fuck him up. Just trash damage, so no, he cannot. Oh, nice crit. How did they do like 34? They're like super OP.
Let's go, all. You and me.
A lot of cast-offs running around here. Let's save that dude. Or do I? I don't know, Markina might not want to. They have loot. Liquid Death. Kaleidoscopic Mirror Caster. Oh, damn. Glad we looted that. Oh, looting doesn't take an action?
Like a whisper.
Don't take damage. Fuck! This is also why I hate this kind of movement system. How am I supposed to direct them around when you can only move once? Hello, cutie. Abaddon's Abyss, we're done for. Can I even harm you? Barely. I feel like I'm almost better off just ignoring them. I honestly think we are. Requires action. Okay.
At last. I am the very soul of action.
Let's see if Matt Keena can smash that open. I wonder what happens if we talk to him with Matt Keena. I've lived too long to die here. I think we just need to turn that on. That should save all of them. Oh shit, what? Dude, you have one. You're not gonna be able to smash that guy. Also, what? There's no fire there? There's probably fire there. I'm gonna do it.
Let's go all. You and me.
There was fire there. Nice.
Of course we can help. Right, all?
The Sorrow's turn. No! That guy died big time. Good gods about, it's here! It'll kill us all! I'm not sitting around waiting for you all to snap out of your terror. Okay.
I handle it.
70%, you can do it. Yes. A few of the rocks break free. Those remaining cannot support the boulders above. Nothing can be done now, don't waste your time. She shouts to you above the din. Hope is not lost. The Feretory. If there is any truth in the legends, then it's our only hope. She looks up at the towering sorrow. But you'll need time to understand it. If one of us is brave, perhaps others can live to find a way to stop it. She breathes in once. I am brave. I am brave. I will buy the time for you, and the others, young one. Make the most of it. No, Adiris, we need you! She turns away, hearing your words, but ignoring them. A golden glow surrounds her as she steps forward, a kaleidoscope of beautiful colors and the shifting energies of the tides, cast into tangible being. She holds her hand aloft, and ethereal fires play around it. The weight of the sorrow's baleful focus settles on her. Her vision shrinks to a pinpoint as the two face each other. Oh, he did 2 damage? Save who you can and run! Dude, all the Ferritor did was kill us.
Yes.
Smash!
All right.
You guys are too trash to... Aw, come on. There it is. Oh, we can activate that.
I am the very soul of action.
Oh, that's a good shortcut.
Here comes the boredom slayer.
Oh, that one too. Oh, good job! I wasn't expecting that. Rin's turn. I mean, we don't even need to activate that. But
Of course we can
do it anyway.
Right off?
Ah! You can move there.
Let's go all. You and me.
Ah, no! Don't die! Melmoth gnaws at his lower lip. Blood trickles from his lacerated flesh, but he doesn't seem to recognize the pain. He stares blankly at the destruction around him, his eyes flat and distant. He glances at you momentarily. It seems he hardly recognizes your presence. It's here, he whispers. So this is our doom. All of our lives have been leading to this moment. We cannot escape that. He gestures at you. He gestures you away, not looking at you. Run if you like. I accept our fate. Challenge his defeatist attitude. He tears his eyes away from the flames to stare at you. He coughs a bitter laugh. Hope is the folly of youth, but if I die here, all my life's work is for nothing. Might as well try. Is that what you're saying? See if I can scratch out a few more years? Or at least make sure someone else can scratch out a few more of their own. Fine. Let's go. Run away! Run! Run, you stupid bitch! She's gonna die from the sorrow fragments. I might be able to save her. Would have to be this character that could do it.
Yes. Now.
But her hit points are very, very low down there. Can you reach there? Nope, too far. Might be able to fuck this guy. Aww. So he is bleeding. Yep, killed him. There are 2 sorrow fragments there though. They'll probably kill her before I get there. They're heading for her, I think.
If you're sure it's safe.
I sincerely doubt we'll manage though. Where's this guy going? I don't think he knows where he's going. The Sorrow's turn. She's very, very close. Never mind. Yum.
What's...
Ow! No, knockdown. That's bad. Real.
Yes. Now.
Holy shit, Eritis. We're so slow.
Look out, villains! Trouble coming your way. I'm ready. I'm always ready.
That guy is super dead. I think if anyone has to get there, it's my main character to activate it. The other guys are probably too stupid. Even though all it did last time was kill us.
Ah, much better.
Of course.
Good. I'm ready.
There he comes. Big boy. Blech. We activate it with you. Turn the nearest bone. Even as the heat of the fire cracks and blisters skin, the air around this structure feels damp and pregnant. Huh? It pulses in a way it wasn't before. Some kind of reaction to the sorrow's presence. As it is approached, 3 bone-like handles curl out of the structure, as if in greeting. That certainly didn't happen before. A telepathic whispering begins, a cold, cacophonous tittering that is clear despite the roaring flames all around. Something is alive inside this thing. Have action for it. Hi!
Yes.
Look out, villains! Trouble coming your way.
I don't know what this is, but I like it.
I like it.
Look out below! Above! Sideways!
Oh. Rin. Get out of there. She'd probably die from one hit.
All right, here I go.
Where is our sire? Do you even care? You're too fast. Also, he completely ignores these. Stop running! Stop walking! You're close! Wait, what the fuck? Someone took damage here? Whatever. Turn the nearest bone. The lever rotates slowly across the face of the structure, lubricated by a mucus film. It locks into place and withdraws into the pyramid. The cacophonous tittering grows louder. 2 bones still protrude from the structure. Oh shit, I have to activate it multiple times. What's going on? El Kishat, wait, what are you doing over there? Fucking moron.
I'm going.
Oh, 2 cartilaginous joints remain extended from the base of the structure. The cacophonous chittering has grown even louder. Force a connection with the mind inside the pyramid. Whatever. Turn on another lever. A few seconds of pushing ratchets the joint into place. It slides soundlessly into the pyramid. The psychic noise grows even more painful, more eager. Only 1 lever remains unturned. There it is! Do you know how to turn levers?
Done right.
Turn the last joint. The voices have grown to a painful pitch. Whatever is inside is eager for the structure to open. As the bone glides into place, a gurgling screech rakes the sky. The cacophony of voices lash out, seeking a mind to latch onto. It's seeking you, the last cast-off. Okay. Okay, so I had to do the title thing anyway. Well, that sucks. That means that guy is dying now. Oh well, sucks for him.
Thank you.
Of course.
Here he comes. Don't look at me. Don't come in here. Fuck off. Everything is fine. Nothing to worry about. Why is your initiative
Feel
so
like I can
bad?
take on the world.
Bugga, 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 bugga.
Go.
As you approach, a voice, or 1,000 voices, moan in your head, forming a connection with your mind. One side of the pyramid swings open, a swirl of trans-dimensional energy and biological fluids blossoming inside. A portal, with something else waiting on the other side. You can only hope it's not worse than the sorrow that hunts you here. Well, the interior of the pyramid swirls with a mysterious energy. A loud, plaintive chittering beak beckons. Before you can react, a powerful gravitic force yanks you and your companions into the structure, away from the horrors of Mila Vest. It wrenches the other surviving cast-offs inside as well, hurling them to other places beyond your reach, and you suddenly find yourself somewhere else. Luckily enough, in the room. You're pulled through the feretory, and the world goes dark. Your sense of sight has suddenly failed. You move your limbs and find that you cannot. You're alone, cut off from everyone else. You sense the terrifying presence of the sorrow as it surges through the portal behind you. Knowing you are trapped, it reaches out and is hurled back, shrieking in fury. Its cries vanish at once, as if an impermeable wall has suddenly been raised between you. In the instant before that happens, however, you sense the roiling, nauseating shape of its mind. Through the place in your mind where resides, and pain mingled with the wordless rage. A terrible new sound fills your ears. A chittering, whispering cacophony. Something probes at the edges of your mind. Something vast and incomprehensible. Oh. Resist with all your might. Good thing we took concentration. 5% chance, that sucks. We failed! You try to focus your thoughts and drive the intruder out of your mind, but it's no use. With that chittering, whispering sound in your head, you find it impossible to concentrate. The probing of your consciousness grows more insistent. Thoughts and emotions rise unbidden, only to be pushed aside in quick succession. With a searing pain, something forces deep into your mind. You scream in agony. Memories flash past your eyes, beyond your control, tearing from one to the next. Then, without warning, it stops. You feel a sudden sense of recognition, and perhaps surprise. The chittering fades slowly. What is this? What new treasure is here for me to find? A friendly voice booms, opening your bleary eyes to see an earnest, gray-skinned non-human, a toothy smile. He is tall and wide across the shoulders and exudes great strength. His hands terminate in long claws. That tattoo! So, another of the changing god's children has made his way here. It's been a long time. But where are my manners? My name is Dracogen, and you are in the bloom, though I dare say you didn't expect to arrive here quite like this. His voice is warm and welcoming, but there is something about his tone that suggests something more predatory. His cast-offs always find the most exciting curios for me. He studies you briefly, his eyes roving across your body with practiced ease. Do you have questions? Perhaps I can answer them for you. What were those voices? The bloom is a living creature with a reach across dimensions. Its consciousness, if I may use that term, is unlike anything we know. So unless I miss my guess, what you heard were some of the many voices of the bloom. How did I get here? All I did was touch the ferritory. You don't remember? A pity. It must have been something to experience. If you'd come down from the Memoviros fortress or along one of the roadways, you'd know the path you took. The pathways of the bloom are strange, and not all its roads are pleasant. The others pulled into the ferritory with me. Where are they? Who knows? The bloom's motivations are inscrutable, and his tendrils pass through countless worlds and dimensions. If you were brought here by the bloom itself, then these others you speak of could literally be anywhere. What do you want from me? A business proposition, my friend. I wish to prove my value to you, and then you can provide value in return. I trade in information, favors, and Numenera, and it so happens I know about you and your kind. You're a cast-off of the changing god, an old acquaintance of mine. Indeed, I have known a number of your brethren. I even know about Mila Vest, your secret refuge. So ask, and I will do what I can to provide an answer. I am here looking for the first cast-off. She has been dead for over a century. Have you tried her tomb? Then I guess you have nothing to tell me. Not so, my friend. Please accept my apologies. I only speak of common knowledge, but common knowledge is sometimes wrong. If the first were here, there is one who would know. The ruler of the bloom, the Memovira. He's very confident in his information. How intriguing. Alright, where can I find the Memovira? Inside her fortress. But she has locked her gates to outsiders while she considers the problems that face her. Only those who can provide something of value or get in now. He bows, like me. I see. So what do you want in exchange for an introduction to the Memovira? I once had claim to an artifact, but it was spirited away to a place called the Ascension of Kex Danish, a realm of crystalline beauty. I need that artifact back. It's called the Magmatic Amulet, a circlet of dark hyaline material. It is of great interest to me. Great interest. I believe that you may be uniquely suited to retrieve it. He bows. Find it, bring it to me, and I guarantee you an audience with the Memovira. How do I get to this ascension? Follow the caravan road to the trade post. You'll find a maw there, and it will take you to the ascension. Or rather it did, but that's why I'm sending you, Cast-Off. Your kind always finds a way towards your sire's footsteps. What's a maw? A maw is one of the many mouths of the bloom, reaching its tendrils through the dimensions. Some enterprising individuals travel these tendrils, exploring new worlds and bringing back strange and wondrous items for trade. I agree to your terms. Rakogen smiles thinly and inclines his head. I hoped you might.
I'll remember that.
Remember, the magmatic amulet for the Ascension. Now we can finally level up. On critical success on persuasion, deception or intimidation tasks, completely refill your intellect. Okay. +1 training in concentration skill. Okay. Mind control. Animated balefire. Summon a construct that draws the attacks of all nearby enemies and fights on your side. This is the attack she was using. Deal 2 energy, chemical, mental, transdimensional, and relativistic damage. And 2 physical damage. Infuse critical hits with entropic forces, conferring disrupted. On top of the normal effects of the ability. Entropic forces destabilize the target, causing negative effects to increase each round. Insight action, flash, resourceful. Mind control. +2 damage on esoteric attack. Not really using. More ciphers, heal, teleport. -8 armor. Enemies in small cone. Mind control. Let's pick mind control. Oh fuck, you need to pick 2. Fine. Entropic field as well. Ability or skill. Ability. Spell swoop. Level up. God of Change. +1 training in concentrations. Cipher Adept. Conserve the next cipher used, allowing it to be used a second time. Cannot be used with items that grant permanent bonuses. Okay. So you can use ciphers infinitely? Unless she can only use them twice. Choose abilities to learn. Resourceful, +1 cipher use skill. Quantum step, teleport. Mind barrier. 1 int, 1 armor. Alright, fine. In that case, take resourceful. We have maxed healing. Grab Cypher use again. Whatever. Lucky combatant, gain plus 15 on attack, level limit plus 1. Armorotic field. Enemies within the range of Magina who fail to resist gain blinded. Okay, she likes blinding. Choose one ability to learn. Illusory warrior. Summon a psychic construct that helps you flank your enemies. This character can only summon one illusory warrior at a time. One use per crisis. Attack that deals weapon damage plus 3. If the target has any negative petals, you regain health equal to 50% of the damage dealt. Being a cloud of nanoparticles in front of you, 3 physical damage, and conferring daze on any enemies who fail to resist. Fine, let's take the healing skill. Light weapons. I mean, yeah, we should take light weapons. Running, though, is really nice. Oh, yes, thank you. We did buy it. I was so disappointed. You pull the first ring fragment from your bags. At first, it looks like you've misplaced the second. Then you find it pressed into a fold at the exact opposite end from where you found the first one. You reach down to grab it, but find that you can't. The fragments reject each other, with a force beyond magnetism alone. You pick up the second one with your hand, and hold them in opposing palms. Examine Vareth. You hold the ring fragment to your eye. The fragment's edges are rough, as if sundered by a mighty strike. But on one end you can still see a socket that might have fit a gemstone or something else. Combine Aerith and Vareth. Pinching the fragments between thumb and forefinger, you struggle to bring them together. The force repelling them is not magnetism. It's almost as if someone is holding your hands apart, with impossible contemptuous strength. Nevertheless, there must be a way to join Aerith and Vareth. You just haven't found it yet. Specialized tidal affinity skill. Push the fragments together by brute force. What do you mean, fail? Retry. Fail! Oh, you butt, son of a bitch. Interesting though that it was only 55 the first time, but it was 70% the next time.
Oh? Oh, it's you. Can I ask you something?
If you didn't know better, you'd think he looked thoughtful. He rubs the side of his face, then the corners of his sleep-bruised eyes. I've been pondering some things for over an hour about what happened back there in Nila Vest. All those people, with stories so like your own, and now so many of them have just stopped, and I barely knew them at all. How? He pauses, toying with his doublet and staring at the sky. His glow pulses growing brighter and brighter until it's hard to look at him directly. How are they supposed to be part of my story if they're dead? We don't like this thought! Suffuse him! Blind him! Yes! What? Their stories don't matter, only yours. They aren't part of your story. Most of them were born before any of us. Of course, he says, chuckling. I didn't think the world started when I was born. He shakes his head. I often wonder what it was like, the whole world, waiting for me to be born, but not knowing when it would happen. Then he slaps his forehead. We weren't talking about me. We were talking about your family. There. He begins, then winces. The glow around him is glowing brighter than it ever has before. He doesn't appear to notice, however. Their stories are over now, aren't they? I mean, unless they come back at some dramatic moment, more powerful than they ever were before. I love doing that. He's still talking. We are filling his eyes and thoughts, and he's still talking. But assuming that doesn't happen, what does it mean? Their stories matter to them, I think, but what do they matter now? The golden light of his aura and his casual words can't quite hide the glimmering beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. We escaped and they didn't. It's up to us to determine whether their lives and deaths matter. Their lives are over. It doesn't matter. We must make sure our lives do. I like to think they live on in our memories, if nowhere else. The stories of theirs that we know are part of something larger now. Now let's go with that one. Yes, he says wistfully. A larger story. I've always lived life to the next adventure, but now I'm wondering where it will end. What will it be like? He pauses, shocked by his own thoughts. What will happen after? You will inspire others to follow your example, to host us, to entertain us.
Learning begets doing. Or is it the other way?
Racklejet. Why are there a bunch of black dudes dancing? Here, take the money. Just leave me alone. A woman, barefoot and in rags, stands defensively beside her tent. Despite her obvious poverty, she crosses her arms and holds her chin high. And what do you want? Another dangerous-looking one. Gods, is there no end to the predators in this place? Who were those people who ran off? She points her chin in the direction of the tunnel that leads out of the courtyard. They're called Delny and Brung. They've been squeezing money out of me for months. Protection, they call it. Though obviously they only meant from them. I wish I could do more than simply cave to their demands, but as you can see, I'm not exactly equipped to defend myself. It's all I can do to survive. Why not call the guards? Guards? Mean the Memavira thugs? All they do is guard her interests and extort money from the gangs. They don't keep order, unless you can pay them. That's the way of the Bloom. Delny and Brung can do as they like, as far as anyone else is concerned. Maybe I can help. Where did they go?
I'll remember that.
They crawl out of a hole somewhere deeper in the Bloom. Little Nihilish, I think it's called. I'm not the sort to wish violence upon anyone, even people like them, but I hope something happens to stop them. I'm so naive hoping for help. Still, no harm in pointing one potential thug to another. Look at her closely. You notice immediately that her rags are actually made of high-quality fabric. It appears that they once were a fine green dress or gown, though it's now filthy and torn. She catches you looking, and straightens her posture, seeming almost regal for a moment. Tell me about yourself. She gives a weak smile and curtsy. My name is Kian, the Bloom's most pitiable storyteller, and self-styled innkeeper. Though I admit that inn is far too fine a word for my little tent. Still, I can provide a meal, a bedroll, and at least a modicum of entertainment, in the form of tales from my homeland. Before I came here, I was a noblewoman, believe it or not, a courtier from Sturthall. She gets a faraway look in her eyes. It feels like a previous life, I wonder if I'll ever find my way back. She shakes her head. I suspect not. Even if I could leave the bloom and earn directions to the steadfast, the journey itself would be lethal. Where is Sturthal? Sturthal? Hundreds of kilometers from here, from what I've learned. As I understand it, the bloom is located in what we in Sturthal call the Beyond, or actually beyond the Beyond, as I had never heard of the Sagus Protectorate or any of the places people talk about it. Sturthal is one of the largest cities in the Steadfast. It perches on the edge of an enormous rift in the ground called Boyle Chasm. Some streets and buildings even protrude from the cliffsides, not unlike your Sagus cliffs. As I understand it, it's a cultural jewel in an otherwise war-torn nation. How did you get here? You've seen the Katina, I assume. What? She gestures broadly at the massive broken vehicle behind her, being slowly subsumed in the bloom flesh. It's a kind of magical carriage, capable of traveling great distances, skipping over the space in between. Governor Marisek's priests determined that it came through Sturthal on a very precise schedule. It would appear at one of a few locations near Sturthal every 73 hours. Well, among the nobles it became sort of an adventure. We would dare one another to board the Katina, and even hold parties at a location where it was scheduled to appear. It was exciting. I knew people who went on such journeys and came back with the most wondrous tales. They'd spend a couple of days meeting strange, fascinating people, visit wild locales. Some, I'm fairly certain, were not even in the Ninth World. I had to see for myself. Isaac always had the most romantic tales. Clouds of crystal, Vikala's shimmering field, a dome of water in the desert. So about a year ago, my friends and I threw a Katina Gala, in appreciation of its arrival. We packed and dressed for adventure, and when the carriage arrived, we boarded immediately. She clasps her hands in front of her and sighs. Sadly, that was the Katina's final journey. It crashed here, tunneling through a part of the bloom. Most of the passengers were killed in the crash, and the rest of the month since I am all that's left of the voyage. I only wished for a tale half as romantic as his were. Sadly, that will never be. You are a very strong person to have survived for so long. I never considered myself strong. If I was truly strong, I might have kept the others alive too, she sighs. But thank you. I'd like to sleep here. No. We still have strength to waste here. Yes! Good job. Ever so slowly, you force the ring fragments together, pushing your way through the massive force repelling them. The closer you bring Aerith and Vareth together, the more they seem to resist. Beads of sweat form on your forehead, and your muscles scream in agony. But then, finally the moment, you force the rings to touch. The repelling force completely dissipates, and the two fragments eagerly latch on to each other. The complete shadow ring lies in the palm of your hand, simmering with barely restrained power. Pocket the ring. Noise. For resistance, +2 relativistic ignores damage. +2 relativistic ignores resistance damage on attacks. Alright, I'll take that. I'm probably never gonna be able to use this properly though, since it seems only glaives get weapon skill. Bit sad. I would at least like to be able to take medium weapons so we don't have penalty in it. And I'm the only one who can really use this. He's using light weapons. He could use it, but the waste because we have heavy weapons. Alright, I forgot to equip the slug spitter. You didn't have any weapon. This small clear tube holds a tar-like liquid of onyx. When you turn the tube over, the liquid undulates slowly, as if it carefully considered whether to move, then made a conscious decision to slither in the direction of gravity. It waves over itself, through itself. Each time, your surroundings seem darker. This small, heavy tube seems heavier than its materials of amethyst, glass, and bronze would suggest. Its metal is etched with indecipherable symbols, and when you stare through it as if through a spyglass, the shapes you see lurk just beyond your comprehension. It is tempting to linger and gaze longer at these unhappy forms. I doubt we need strength. I mean, I don't know, maybe we do need strength at some point inside. Bonded item. 4 might edge. We don't have any esoteric attacks, so that's useless. That's speed, intellect. I don't have any strength healing? No, that's strength healing.
Matt
Yes.
Keena. Not Maddie. Matt Keena. Did I get that right?
Close enough.
The fuck?
Alright, here I go.
It got used up, but I didn't get anything? Or did I click the wrong person? Am I just stupid? Yeah, no, it doesn't work. What? Fuck you, dude. But does that mean I could use this? Clear the fog of war in the current area in every single area? But usually, fog of war doesn't matter that much. Alright, let's use that Mirrorcaster later. I remember why I quit here. Because that whole place we were just in, I don't know, when you get here, it feels like a very large undertaking. Deal with all the side quests here. A metal pylon, so polished it might be crystal, has been thrust into the bloom flesh at the junction of 2 armored neural axons. Whether the bulbous protrusions around it is an effect of this invasion, or whether it was the reason for the insertion in the first place, is impossible to judge. Examine the pylon. The pylon appears to be the foundation of a dimensional anchor, but just the foundation. Be sure, it is in some ways the most difficult part to construct, but it is worthless without a variety of additional properly attuned Numenera. To finish the project would be a considerable undertaking, far more than you could hope to attempt. You notice that there's a deep sulcus in the bloom flesh where it meets the pylon. The talc filling the crevice makes it impossible to tell what, if anything, is inside. Study the bloom flesh nodule and the neural sheaths running outward from it. Judging from the words. Ancillary organs. What the fuck does ancillary mean? Ancillary.
Ancillary.
Ancillary, providing necessary support to the primary activities or operation of an organization system etc. Okay. So it's auxiliary is supplemental or additional, and ancillary is necessary support, right? Judging from the ancillary organs that protrude from the nodule, it seems to be whatever a nodule is. Seems to be the organic equivalent of a regional control center. Not a true brain, but something more than a mere cluster of nerves. It is unclear whether it's a part of some larger mind or a near sentient organism of its own. Reach into the sulcus. Your forearm deep in warm, mucousy talc. What is talc? Talc. Google doesn't know. Talc definition? A man, soldier? What does talc mean? Dictionary. Nope. Made up word. I'm sure. Your forearm deep in warm, mucousy talc when your fingers brush against something with a hard edge. Obviously not part of the bloom flesh, but also distinct from the pylon. Unfortunately, your touch has dislodged it, and it begins sinking deeper into the crevice. Try to grab it. How can someone else try to grab it here? You plunge in deeper and catch hold of the metal object. With relief, you pull your arm and the recovered cipher out from the mucousy sulcus. Reach into the sulcus again. Whoa, shit! Actually. As you slide your arm back into the throbbing crevice, déjà vu washes over you. There's an old man rambling on about a thought experiment. It involves some kind of prehistoric rodent capable of telepathically linking its mind with others of its kind. Perhaps a forebear of the cetardine. The old man posits that if enough of these rodents gathered together, the sheer power of their conjoined desire would be enough to change reality. And for what world would these scavengers wish, he asks, rhetorically. One where everything, even the very dirt, is a man's detritus, eh? Is there a Planescape reference? One of many. It seems that he intends to manipulate the bloom's transdimensional nature to test his Murine Dreamtime hypothesis. Such meddling, of course, cannot be tolerated. Though, as he natters on, you slip the sunspot totem into the sulcus. It seems implausible that the codger will ever complete his dimensional anchor. But now, at least you can be sure that it will not interfere with your own plans in the bloom. Okay, whatever. Opens the channel to the nearest celestial body. Fires a blast that deals 28 energy damage and confers blinded to the nearest enemy on each turn. It is active. Huh? Okay, so it does... what, like... 54 damage? Pretty big. So now we have an AoE. We have an AoE heal. And we have a nuke on her. And she can use Cypher Adept 3 times a day, except she can only use it 2 times a day because we don't have more int than that. Oh shit! She equipped it. Alright.
There's something about you, Eratus.
My skill? My bravery? Oh, is it my smile?
No, it's the enthusiasm. Turn it down.
Of course.
Waits for prey. Hello, hello. A metal construct that stands before you, silent and still. Its armor is pitted and ancient, spiked with metal thorns. Instead of arms, the construct has long killing blades, sharpened to a gleaming edge. What are you doing? Matkina whispers. I wouldn't talk to this monster. I've seen it kill some powerful people, and some powerful not people too. I don't like the way it looks at me either. You sense a mind inside the machine. It is a mind so alien, although you can't hear it, cannot understand its thoughts. Who are you? The construct stirs, and a voice emanates from somewhere in its depths. It's a hollow, empty sound, as if it is speaking from a vast cavern underground. I am a soldier, a predator. My names are as numerous as the wars in which I have fought. But those wars are finished now, and I have left my names behind. Who created you? I do not know, nor have I ever known. They culled all records of themselves from our minds. I only remember those for whom I fought, and there have been many such masters over many long millennia of service. For a time I believe my siblings and I slept. I do not know for how long. Then we were awakened by a new master, the Tabat. We fought for them until they were no more. You fought for the Tabat? What do you remember about them? Much. They ruled this land as warlords before the building of Siga's cliffs. They were slaves to an edifice known as the Underspine, yet they were its masters as well. I do not know where they came from, or who they were, before they rose to power, for those things happened before they awakened me. I remember this too. They held single combat as the highest virtue, revealing the quality of one's soul. They believed that we had powerful souls, my siblings and I, for none of them could defeat us alone. They fought on 2-legged beasts, brandishing weapons of another age, unearthed from great hoards beneath the ground. That is also where they found me, and my siblings. They awakened us, spoke the proper words, so we killed on their command. What happened to the Tabat, we know. The construct's blades, arms twitched convulsively. A vast explosion buried the Underspine and their city, and most of my siblings as well. The remaining Tabat were hunted and slain by those they had ruled and enslaved, and I was left alone, save for a few of my kind. What do you know about Dracogen? He is a predator of sorts, but subtler than most. I have observed him, as one hunter watches another from afar, but I cannot fathom what he truly wants. What he sees is not all that he is. What he seems is not all that he is. Do you mean that Dracogen isn't all that he seems? No. The hollow voice is sharper and somehow more dangerous. The words I spoke were exactly what I meant. Why don't you challenge Dracogen to combat? The construct's head turns in Dracogen's direction, even though the gray-skinned man is not actually visible from here. Obscured as he is by the crashed Katina, you sense that the construct's eyes can see him plainly. For a long moment you hear a series of whirring, and humming sounds from inside the construct's head, as if the creature is considering your words. Then, at long last, it turns its head back to you. No, even I would not dare. The words are firm, with a note of finality. What are you doing here? Waiting. Word is hollow and cold. For those who are strong and feared, for the predators who walk the bloom. They come here, times, to challenge me. If I prove myself to be a predator above all others, I believe that the bloom tongues will catch my scent. The bloom tongues. The clicks and hisses from inside the construct's armor suddenly go quiet. I wish to be devoured by the bloom. Have you not seen those who have passed through the gullet of the bloom? Every trace of who they were has been stripped from them. They are freed from the trappings of memory and self, reborn. Why do you crave rebirth? How many years have you lived? Only a few, judging by the firmness of. In that time, what horrors have you witnessed or perpetrated? Do they slip into your mind in unguarded moments? Perhaps they do. Whatever horrors you have seen, multiply them by 1,000, 100,000, across a vast grinding millennium of war. Now imagine that you cannot forget, cannot even distract yourself with other memories. Do you know what I remember? Only those things that would make me a better killer. Every severed limb, every gout of heart's blood. Every cruel execution before a cheering crowd. All else is lost, for that is how my creators fashioned my. That is why I crave rebirth and forgetfulness. Killing powerful predators makes you more appetizing to the bloom. So I believe. The construct is silent for a moment, as if considering. I have observed the patterns of its hunger over many feeding cycles. Always it is those who prey on others who draw the attention of the bloom tongues. The greater the predator, the more powerful their victims, the more the bloom desires them. The construct's voice becomes less hollow, higher pitched and more grating. And I have killed many, so many. I have torn men and beasts asunder, left their bones and entrails to putrefy as an offering to the bloom, tongues, and still, it will not devour me. Why does it wait? I cannot know. I haven't met anyone who's been eaten by the bloom and lived. Walk the innards of this city monster for long enough and you will meet them. A series of lights flash in quick succession on one side of the construct's faceplate. Even now, I can taste the transdimensional footfalls of one such man. You may find him in the vast interior space beyond the arterial opening there. The construct gestures with one bladed arm to its right. Oh, to its right? You mean this way then? Or the right on the screen? Once he possesses a name that was well known in this place before it was stolen by another. Now he walks alone, forgotten, and without fear. You claim to be troubled by the violent things you've seen and done, but you're a killing machine. Why should those things bother you? A long moment passes before the construct speaks. I have pondered that question for all the years since I awoke in your world, and also during the long aeons of my sleep. For centuries I felt no such revulsion at the memories of my past. But over time, the horror grew in my mind, and in the minds of all my brethren. The construct pauses again, as if considering its next words. I have come to believe that our creators intended this. Perhaps they understood the terrors we could visit upon the world, and this was their way of ensuring that we would not endure forever. If our foes did not destroy us, then we would be driven to destroy ourselves. When you're getting that Twitch affiliate status, when I can be asked to fill out all the fucking forms they need. Which is probably never. Tell me again why you want to be reborn. No, I have some other questions. I want you to kill me. I do want that, actually. This is not the first time I have heard such words from a mortal. Perhaps I represent an easy death for a quick release for those who desire it. But I must disappoint you, as I did the others. I fight with those who I deem a challenge, but I will not kill without purpose. Okay. I want to challenge you to combat. Yes, Zeratis says, hopping from foot to foot. We do. You are challenged. A fight scene. The hero will take many wounds and survive. Or not. The construct's blade arms suddenly clench, whirling into a new configuration, with such speeds that your eyes cannot follow. A moment ago they seemed sleek and clinical, like a chirurgeon's well-honed knife. Now they are jagged and cruel. Why would you ask this? Its voice is suddenly different, higher-pitched and grating, like the scrape of a hacksaw across a rough metal surface. Because you're a killer, and as long as you're here, you're going to keep killing for your own selfish ends. After so many others have failed, I want to be known as the one who finally defeated. I don't need to tell you why. To test myself, isn't that enough? Because you're a killer. I only kill those who prey upon others of their kind. If you were so concerned with saving lives, you would not hinder me. No, I will not fight you. Faster than your eyes can follow, the blade arms swing back to their sleek original shape, and the voice becomes hollow once more. In the eyes of the Bloom, you are no great predator. No purpose would be served by your death. Is it serious? Ertis looks back and forth between you and the construct. All those spikes and blades and blood-making, flesh-cutting things, and it doesn't want to fight. Fight it anyway! Leave me to my watch, and do not challenge me again. As you wish. Farewell. A series of lights flash beneath the construct's faceplate, but it makes no audible reply. Dude, I wanted you to kill me!
I'll handle it.
So I can go into my brain. That's so much to ask. Skady. Oh, this is what a neon looks like? A large and agitated beast looms over you. It is an Aneen, a beast of burden. These creatures are normally docile, but this one bares its teeth and snaps at you as you draw near. It rakes the air with its stubby claws. Examine the Aneen. Staying just out of biting range, you can see blood around the Aneen's mouth. It looks like it has been bleeding, or possibly feeding on something. Touch the Aneen. You approach as it snaps its head forward, snarling. Try to pull your hand back. Why? Why am I doing this? You jerk your hand back and the Aneen's jaw snaps shut, scant inches from your fingertips. Examine the Aneen again. No! No! Oh! No, I was hoping it would kill me. A pale, heavy-set merchant woman stands by an agitated Aneen. Her eyes seem to have trouble focusing on you, and when they do, she drops them, her hands nervously adjusting the scarf around her neck. Need help. Can't think. I must... I'm Scaly. You here to trade? Let's see what you have for sale. Talisman of the Gentle Hierophant. Max 1 effort on all non-combat tasks. Eh. What do you have? Plug Spitter, Needler, Ball. Nothing interesting. Maybe we can sell something, but I don't like selling things. Oh shit! Oh, we can't actually give her this. Because now she has another fucking artifact on her. Oh well. Maybe she'll get rid of her gods at some point. Can still keep it. But I don't really feel like I have anything I want to sell. Like the conduit rings are kind of trash. I could sell those. I'm just thinking that I'm gonna regret it. Because it lets you convert all damage to a certain damage type. And at some point, maybe we'll fight something that's immune to everything but one thing, or whatever. I'm gonna sell the circulating mirror caster. Wait, no. When is that? Oh yeah, this was when we went back and became that dying guy. Sell that. And this one is for Inifir, sell that. Eyes of the Finite. This is, yeah, okay. Ornament. Nope, can't equip that. Don't have enough room. Sell the crossbow. Liquid Death. Also something we should just sell, but the oddities are so annoying. Because sometimes they are usable, even if it doesn't say that they are usable. Like this fucking fish is something you can use at some point. Right, we've been there already though. I think we skipped that part because we had Calistige in our party. But like the fish I think helps you translate something. And this was something we got from a sorrow fragment, so it might come in handy. Let's sell the conduit ring. Buy more healing. But honestly, I don't really want anything else here. Plus 30% evasion though, it's not bad. Like, what are you using? Plus 1 training in stealth skill. I can't afford it though. I would have to sell more. Here's Fog of War. Dude, I don't want that. Shadow Flower. Now we can afford it. That was all our money.
Maddie, about your skin. Where do they go now? They're always getting away from me.
-2 armor. It has 105 evasion now. That's pretty crazy. Wait. I'll be right back. I got a text message at 9 o'clock. And I never get text messages.
Yes.
I had to check if it was something important.
I am
Which
the
it
very
was.
soul of action.
It was the company I ordered my chair from. They told me that it was arriving tomorrow,
You want it done right.
which I already knew. But still. So I'm hyped. See if it's gonna suck ass or not. The last one sucked ass. I had to send it back. Why are you wearing that heavy scarf? Her eyes meet yours, and for a moment you almost think there's a pleading quality to them. And they blaze with fury. That's none of your business. Leave it be or just leave. As she speaks, she fiddles with her scarf again, and you notice splotches of blood on it. Scarf? I forgot. I'd put it on to hide. Nothing. It hides nothing. I had to pull aside her scarf. Try to see under her scarf. You have a little something there on your scarf, right under your chin. You're gonna fall for that? I do? Where? The woman pulls the scarf from her neck to look at it, revealing jagged, still bleeding teeth marks on her throat. She sees you staring at them, and realizes she's been duped. Dirty trickster, she snarls as she pulls the scarf tightly again. Go try your games on someone else. Please, just leave us alone. Skady glances at her Anine, eyes wide, like a child with a guilty conscience. You recall the Anine's bloody mouth and odd behavior, and it occurs to you that its teeth match the size and pattern of the bite marks on her neck. But Anine are herbivores, and as far as you know, they can't digest meat or blood. She wrenches her eyes away from her Anine, closes them tightly, and begins to shake her head rapidly back and forth, muttering incoherently. Her whispers sound more like buzzing and hissing than words. I can help. Just tell me what's happening to you. Holy shit, you're hard to persuade. %, come on. My Anine, it feeds on me. Suckles the blood from my neck for some reason I can't. No, I don't want to make it stop. She shakes her head, trying to clear it. But that's a lie. I do want it to stop. Her voice quavers in terror. I think the bloom did this. My Anine and to me tied us together somehow. It's in our heads. I can hear it whisper to me. You can't resist the bloom, Skady. It's already taken root in your mind. Just give in. Thanks, dude. %, 50%. Terrible. Farewell. Humph. Okay, good. And what the fuck is this?
All right.
The pool is filled with yellowish water that falls from above. The surrounding bloom flesh is wet with hand and footprint, suggesting that this is a common place for bloom dwellers to wash and drink. Look into the pool. The pool extends downward like the circular shaft of a well. It has a bottom. If it has a bottom, you can't see it from here. In the depths of the pool, your sharp eyes catch sight of a long worm-like shape. It appears to be caught on a projection of bloom flesh, and it's wriggling helplessly about. Dive into the pool and try to retrieve the wriggling object. Jesus Christ! Everything is like... like the difficulty of everything just spiked up 10 times here. There it is, fails! You plunge into the murky fluid. As you dive deeper, you see that the shaft opens into a much larger cavity. At the edge of the larger space, you reach the wriggling shape you saw from above. You struggle to untangle the object from a bony knot of bloom flesh, but you just can't work it free, and you're forced to return to the surface before you run out of air. But he can just retry forever. It has a lot of edge. You dive into the pool and descend toward the wriggling shape. This time you're able to work it free from the knot of bloom flesh, and you swim for the surface with your prize in hand.
I'm ready to become even more heroic.
In the light of the courtyard, you see that the wriggling object is some sort of bloated worm, its skin continuously shifting from one material to another. Silvery material to pliable synth, leathery scales to other materials you can't identify. It seems to be drawn to your exposed flesh, and it would likely fasten itself to your arm or leg if you allowed it to do so. Cipher confers +6 armor, +3 resistance, active entire crises. Okay. Look into the pool again. Collect some of the fluid. Flask of bloom water. Find a small discarded flask at the edge of the well and fill it with your yellowish fluid. With the yellowish fluid. Drink some of the fluid.
I'm starting to figure this weird place out.
You take a sip of the yellowish water. It has a greasy texture and slightly sour taste, but it quenches your thirst. You take another sip, and you start to hear whispers. They're faint at first, but they grow louder, resolving into the chittering voices of the bloom. They buzz around in your ears, scratching at the inside of your skull. You stumble, struggling to keep your balance. Even as your senses dull, the bloom's voice seems clearer than before. Oh, well, that might be useful. If we ever need to try to communicate with it. Hinting at countless secrets to uncover. A large and agitated Anine looms over you. It bares its teeth and snaps at anyone who passes, swiping at them with its stubby claws. Foul Anine! Feeding on your mistress like some feeding thing. Eretus strides forward, rolling up his sleeve and balling his fists. I'll handle this, Scan thoughts. Yes, slay it! Wait, Eretus. Punching it might not be the best option. Eretus turns, scowling. Punching is always the best option. Unless you skewer. Skewering is even better, he smiles benevolently. But please, tell me your other exciting options. We could see if we can cure it. But that's what I was going to do. I was going to give it a fistjection. Alright, fine. Do it your way. Kill the Anine. Leave the Anine alone. Oh, level up.
All and I are ready.
Increased edge. Improve ability. Improved skill. Increased edge. Like, the thing is, I want... Oh, no, never mind. I want to give her more intellect, in case she ever learns to deal any damage via intellect. But the Cipher Adapt also costs in, so good enough. Yeah, minus 15% from medium weapons in ability. Very sad. Oh well.
Maddie, I was going to ask about your golden-hued skin. You look so vibrant.
My skin. You're seeing me through your glow, Eretus.
Really? Why then with such a porcelain cast? You must be twice as beautiful as you appear.
Eretus. You know, never mind.
I'm going.
They're gonna marry.
All right, here I go.
What next? I mean, we have used up quite a lot. I just want to use up as much as we can before we rest.
Why, of course.
This massive vehicle appears to have crashed through the nearby wall. Balloon flesh has resealed the hole and it's beginning to grow across the vehicle's surface. You recognize the vehicle as a Katina, a hyperdimensional transport from a prior world.
Fine.
A panel has fallen away from the side of the crashed Katina, exposing a compartment that is filled with machinery. Waves of energy radiate from it like heat haze. Examine the compartment. Most of the machinery in the compartment is smashed and unrecognizable, hanging by wires and strips of torn synth. In the open spaces between the machines, tiny vortices of light and energy occasionally spring into being, obliterate everything they happen to touch, and then vanish again. You recognize the vortices as minuscule singularities in space-time. Their presence suggests that this Katina is powered by a trans-dimensional power source, which might be accessible from the aft section. As your eyes grow accustomed to the weird blurry haze, you notice a synth canister near the back of the compartment. It appears to be intact. If you stretch out your arm, you might be able to reach it. But if a vortex opens at the wrong time, you could be seriously hurt. Try to recover the canister. Solo! You reach into the compartment, fingers scabbling at the smooth synth of the canister, trying to work it loose. A tiny vortex flares to life near your arm, but you snatch it away, and the vortex misses you by a few centimeters. With a final twist, you pull the canister free. The canister is icy cold to the touch. On one end you find a release valve. If you opened it all the way, the coolant could be sprayed out, freezing anything it touches. Oh, well, I wanted to repair it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Oh well.
Go.
Rakojan.
Of course.
Here comes the boredom slayer.
Alright. Alright. I can't find anywhere to kill ourselves. But we can take a nap. I'd like to sleep here. That will be 65 shins each. Holy shit! I don't have enough money. Can I sleep here for free? She looks at you sympathetically. We are both refugees, are we not? Trapped inside this god's forsaken thing. I can let you stay for free once, but no more. She directs you towards her empty tent. I'll bring you a meal shortly. It's not much, but it's food. May you sleep well tonight. Thank you. All subjects shall be undamaged. Any it might help if you told me what the Opteros suite considers easy remediation. We do not wish to reveal that information. Revealing capabilities may reveal weaknesses. Do I seem the sort who takes advantage of weakness? But very well. You'll have your subjects. Decanted. What seizes your eye first about this humanoid automaton is not the cunning construction of its slender limbs, or the gleaming white armor that covers its chassis. It is instead the frozen human head that peers out from a frost-covered dome in the construct's chest. The head examines you carefully from head to toe. You feel a subtle warmth as scanners inside the machine assess you. The automaton's gaze shifts to Rin and remains on her for a long moment, then returns to you. The voice that squawks through a grill mounted atop the construct's head is flat and expressionless. Greetings, we are called the Decanted. We are here representing buyers from our society. Our clients greatly value beauty and physical fitness. A distorted howl cuts its speech short. Apologies, maintenance for this vessel has not been optimal in recent times. Rectification to be undertaken soon. Sunrise, we seek beautiful creatures to honor them. Scan thoughts. For instance, if you look into the slave pit nearby, you see one specimen that stands out from the rest. The young man there. It points. Do you see the interplay of muscles in its body? It is strong, but not overbuilt. The biceps are pleasantly rounded, as are the pectorals. The body has little fat and appears to be in good condition. This is popular among among our clients. These are some examples of the traits we see.
I'll remember that.
Its grill squawks again with a blat of noise. Apologies. It makes a small adjustment. We are here that we might take these subjects to the Opterus suite. We offer a life of luxury, privilege, and pleasure for everybody that accepts. Okay. It pauses. We offer great rewards. We require 3 individuals with aesthetically pleasing bodies. Perhaps we can be of mutual assistance. Why do you keep looking at
I'll
Rin?
remember that.
Strong muscle tone, athletic build, great potential to become a suitable recruit. If allowed to take her, we will ensure that she grows to be a healthy, physically active woman, in superb condition. You're a pedophile? The young woman in the pit is a slave, isn't the young man in the pit is a slave, isn't he? Why don't you buy him yourself? The auctioneer refuses our coins. He will not sell to us. Whatever.
Fine.
Philethys. Oh, hello. This Philethys seems remarkably similar to the one you met in Sega's Cliffs. Indeed, it is identical to the one in every respect. If it notices your presence, it gives no sign. Instead, it watches the slave market with a scholar's avid disinterest. Abruptly, its glass face twists in your direction. In a rasping, unflected voice, it asks, "Why did the child wail?" What child are you talking about? A slave? That's just what children do. They cry. For a span, the Philethys stands still and silent. Then with a gasp like the opening of an old vault, it sighs. Ah! After a moment, it seems to nod slightly, as if inviting you to pose questions of your own. I am looking for someone, a fellow cast-off of the changing god. The Philethys leans its huge bulk towards you, such that your face swells and deforms in its round reflection. You yourself must find. The thing's voice grates with labored certainty. What are you? In a strange, piping voice, the Philethys replies, "A mudlark on the bank of the river Time." I have seen you before, haven't I? The hull was dark, and the plasmar gleamed. Together, we posed questions. That seems the only answer it intends to give. Do you know anything about the bloom? A socket, a doorknob, crumbling cliff. These are not your face. Each that is itself. The words itself, already slow, screech to a stop. Its glassy face cocks slightly, and a word comes from within its robes. The mirror does not look back. The bloom cannot teach, but it leaves scraps. One gathers. What are you trying to find? A long, low exhalation comes from the Philethys. The question: is there something I can do to help you? The question hangs before the silent Philethys. It gives no answer, not even one of the varied sounds of its contemplation. Eventually, it becomes clear that nothing will come. I said, "Can I help you? Can I help you? Can you help me? Tell me more about the bloom." The Philethys silently contemplates the question for a time, then answers simply, "No." Okay, bye, weirdo. We're all slaves. Slave. We're ready to save this person. Fight the blooms, Katie. Concentrate on the whispers and drown them out. Push them from your mind. Ah. Oh, I failed on that! Fuck you! She groans, her whole body shaking as she struggles against the bloom. At last she sags, defeated, barely able to stand. I can't. It's too big and I am too small. She glares at you. Why did you make me do that? Now my head hurts worse than ever. Try to pull aside her scarf. Why would I do that? We already know what's behind. Uranin tried to bite me. She sneers. What were you trying to do? Pet it? Just leave it be. You tell me about the bloom? The bloom? For a moment, she appears confused, as if she doesn't remember where she is. No. No, what's to tell? Are you sure you have nothing to tell me about the bloom? She pauses, brow furrowing. I think so. Trying to pull aside her scarf. But why? Why am I doing this? Hugging at the merchant's scarf reveals jagged, still bleeding teeth marks across her neck. She yelps in surprise and leaps away from you, hastily pulling her scarf back up. How dare you put your hands on me? Get away! Please, just leave us alone. She glances at her Nanine, eyes wide, like a child with a guilty conscience. Just leave us alone, she hisses, waving you away. You realize the marks on her neck match the blunt teeth of a large herbivore, like the Anine. I told you to leave me be. I'm not selling you anything. Examine the Anine again. Look, cries Eretis. The beast has blood on its mouth, and its mistress has blood on her neck. That means? Eretis' eyes widen. Foul Anine, beating on your mistress like some beating thing. Eretis strides forward, rolling up his sleeve and balling his fist. I'll handle this. Wait, there it is. Please tell me your other exciting options. We could examine it. Find the best place to punch. Excellent idea. Examine to your heart's content. Leave the Anine alone.
Yes.
I don't want to kill that guy. Alright. Hiding in the slum of little Nihilish. Oh shit, there's gonna be a whole other hub here where we're gonna do quests.
All right.
The vast interior.
I'm going.
Another Anine. Wrong. Nope, like I said, it ain't there anymore. But you told us this was the way. Used to be, now it ain't. The bloom does what she likes. The two merchants turn toward you. One is a heavyset human with a large head and a wide bony face. The other is a particularly thin and sickly-looking Vargellan. Its head crest is decorated with symbols that are unknown to you. Both are dressed in rich clothing. I hope you weren't planning to visit the Ascension, friend, says the human whose face is set in a permanent frown. The only road was in there. He gestures toward the massive jaw that is closed over the far end of the platform. What happened here? As we approach, the entrance grows teeth, says the emaciated Vargellan. It speaks with a strange, halting accent, as if the truth is not its native language. The teeth get big and turn into a great jaw. Down it comes, swift and cruel. All this happens fast, in time it takes to walk 5 steps. The human grimaces. The bloom's good for 3 things, friend. Farting up smoke to burn our eyes, hissing foul water for us to drink, and eating whoever and whatever it likes. I hate this place. Too bad it's a good road to make some shins. Or was, anyway. I'm trying to get to the Ascension. What can you tell me about it? A world made of crystals, like this. The Vargellen plucks a finger-sized gemstone from its pocket. It seems to quiver of its own accord, as if it's alive. All things in the Ascension made of crystal. Living creatures too. It is a cold and dark place. The sun is too small in the sky. We don't venture far from the gate, adds the human. Nobody does if they're smart. We're headed for the trade post. Where else? The Ascension has its own perils, but it's blessed with a bounty of useful things. Unlike this place, try getting anyone to pay for a hunk of quivering bloom flesh. The merchant scowls and spits. We trade in crystals from Ascension Place. Good business there, bad business here. The Vargellen attempts to scowl and spit in the same manner as its friend, but it only manages to spray the front of its garment with a bluish liquid from its nose slits. So what are you gonna do now? The Crystal Man asks us to go with him into depths of the bloom, seek out other mouths, jaws, paths that lead to trade posts. We are not stupid. We say no. I'll find another way. I'll come and tell you. The merchant raises a bushy eyebrow. That's charitable of you, which makes me assume you have some nefarious motive. But pay it no mind. I have a pessimistic nature. It's probably just talk. He won't find anything. If he does, he won't be back for us. Do you have anything to trade? Not yet. We offer salts and dyes and alchemical powders to our contact in the Ascension. Whatever it is, absorbs what it likes and gives us crystalline artifacts in return. If we ever manage to get there, then I might have something to trade. You could try that flesh merchant on the next platform. He turns to his companion. What's his name again? Sunderman. His name is Sunderman. The Vargellen bobs its head each time it speaks the name. 2 men he is, but also one. Farewell.
Sure.
Poke it. A blister of flesh protrudes from the ground, an irritated, angry pustule. It's almost entirely opaque, but you see the faintest hints of movement inside. Examine the cyst. You study the movement within the cyst more closely. As if in response to your curiosity, the shadow of a hand claws at the interior and vanishes. Someone or something is trapped inside the cyst. Touch the cyst. You feel something pressing against your mind, a sharp presence like the thought of pain, thrusting its experiences into your imagination. As your fingers brush the flesh of the cyst, the memories come pouring in, flooding your thoughts with emotions of lives you have never lived. Stories from countless lives lost in the bloom. You reach out for a random memory in this swirling maelstrom, and its particulars become immediately, shockingly clear. After what seems like hours of flight, you think you might have found a way to elude the older girls. You have swallowed your pride and buried yourself in the mounded refuse of Little Nihilish, the smell of rotting food and putrid meat filling your nose. Better this than to suffer the abuse they're likely to hand out. Buried as you are, you can only hear them as they approach. Where did that little rhubarb go? Demands one. She's standing right in front of you, and she's breathing hard. From the rage in her voice, you know that the beating will be a savage one. At least 4 of them are looking for you. But you know deep down that if you don't stand up to them, at some point this will keep happening. Hold your breath and keep still. Leap out of the garbage heap and attack. That's right. You try to burst from the refuse, imagining a dramatic entrance that will leave them stunned for a moment as you wreak your vengeance on the ringleader. What happens instead is that you draw yourself in to leap at them. They see the movement in the pile and they're ready for you. Even if you hadn't slipped on the moldering food, your dramatic leap looks more like an accidental fall into your tormentor's arms. You're slicked with grease and rotten food, and they have a hard time holding you. For one moment you have a chance to break free and run. Or you can stand and fight, and show them that you're not scared of them. Fight! You lash out, and your first fist actually connects with the ringleader's face, rocking her head back. The blood that spills from her nose is dark and hot, but the rage in her eyes is cold and dead. She thrusts you back into the garbage, and as you struggle to regain your feet, one of her allies A girl with snakes for fingers sees that hate and tries to pull her friend back. Please, Mirkal, not for this one. Mirkal says, oh yes, for this one. She looks at her friend and says, and if you don't help, you're next. The four of them get to work. An eternity later, they stop. They spit on you as they leave. You try to move, but a sharp and grinding pain in your leg thrills agony into your mind. Your eyes have swollen shut, your teeth are broken, and your shattered fingers are incapable of even the barest movement. Darkness closes over you. You return to your own mind with the death of your host, knowing that what you saw, what you felt, was true. The life you lived was full, rich, and ended here in the bloom. Your host's remaining moments were saturated with pain. Your muscles still twitch with the memory of agony, and your suffering bleeds into the cyst, loosening its fleshy fibers. It appears that the bloom has sealed something within the cyst, and your agony is the key that will set it loose. Touch the cyst again. You steel yourself for another memory of pain and reach out to the cyst again. Again, the unbidden memories spring into your mind, and you lose yourself among them until you reach out and seize one. Your head is throbbing, aching, feels like it's going to split wide open. You are trying to retreat from the battle for this region of the bloom, holding a tower of iron will against your scion foes. But they batter at it ceaselessly, and you feel your defenses crumbling. If you strike back, you can save your allies, but you will open yourself for your enemies' minds. You saw what they did to Alito. Every pore in his body started leaking blood. His screams are still haunting you. Drop your defenses and strike. The moment your shields fall, they pounce on you, feeding you psychoses and traumas dredged up from your ancestral primitive past. They start to tear apart your concept of self, placing illusions of love lost and lives lived that are not your own. They whip you with empathy, and you can feel a backdoor attack on your psychomotor functions. The agony is exquisite. You use the pain and rage to lash out at the weakest mind, and you realize then that you are fighting a hive consciousness. You cannot defeat these creatures, united as they are. Your only hope is to defend yourself, or one of your squad mates, but only one of the 10 of you can survive the concerted attack of the hive. They knew what they were getting into. Defend yourself and run. You shout for them to come with you, to flee, and you turn to run. You draw your shields into yourself, hardening them. Your squad mates begin dropping, screaming. The head of another explodes as you rush past. But you can feel your foes' attacks slapping and sliding off your barrier, and they grow weaker the further you get from them. At last you stop, panting. You realize you stand alone. You wake from the vision, your body shaking involuntarily from the experience. A brief moment later and you're reoriented with your own flesh. You find yourself once again standing before the massive cyst in the blue. You kept your hosts safe, but you sense that wasn't what was needed here. This vision and the others contained within the cyst's fibers are a lock of sorts. To open it, you will need to suffer. You will need to become prey. Okay? You steel yourself for another memory of pain. You lose yourself among them. Drop your defenses and strike is the same one. Keep striking back. Maybe you can distract the hive for long enough. You strike, and you strike, and you strike again. You channel your fear into a devastating blow, aimed at the heart of the nest, but the energy vanishes. You think. Lines of control snake through your body, dominating you, and painting new truths on your mind. Each silver-thin thread draws up universe of pain through your exposed nerves. As your mind slowly dies, your foes show you the body of your fallen comrades. Not one escaped. They died in agony. So do you. Consciousness calls you back to its arms. You find yourself aching emotionally and physically from the experiences. Your muscles throb and pulse within the residues of the fight or flight response, and the cyst again responds to your pain. Its fibers loosen further. gaze through the faint shimmer and ripple of the force field, down the silent red-veined tunnel into the pulsating black. It looks empty. You know it is now. You feel the eyes on you, the hungry eyes. But you feel no fear. You feel emptiness with you, under a scab that you want to pick. Examine the emptiness inside you. You remember her laughing face. You remember her closing her eyes, the tentacles of her hair writhing around the back of your head, pulling you in for a kiss. You remember her delighted laughter when you told her you'd found a lost settlement at the end of a quiet tunnel in the bloom, untouched by scavengers, a fortune lying on shelves and in neat crates. You remember leading her by the hand. Pain rises. Your hand strokes the force field's controls. What happened? Keep digging through the memory. You don't want to remember. You don't, but you go deeper anyway. You'd installed the shield to protect your find from other explorers, but when you fled the ruins and the shrieking thing behind it, and the shrieking things beneath, it was the shield that saved you. You, and not her. You saw them fall on her 10 steps from safety. Pale claws. Blood painted. Pale claws, blood painted. Screams from beneath the seething pile. So much blood, and she never stopped screaming. Finally, you raised the shield, and only then did silence fall. You look at your hand, hovering over the shield controls. For all you know, she could still be screaming, down there in the ruins. And it's your fault. The life you were going to build together is gone, erased. You have just one more thing to do. Join her. Open the force field. Your hand slides across the control and you deactivate the screens. Silence follows. She is not still screaming. You feel a moment's relief. The countless nightmares slide to you after all. You take a single step into the dark, another, and then they swarm up the tunnel and fall on you, biting and clawing and chewing and shrieking. After endless agony, blackness claims you. The ache in your heart has become familiar, even as the sorrow and heartbreak seem new, fresh each time. Different facets of the same emotion, each refracted through a different experience. The cyst fibers twitch again, loosening one final time, revealing a frail, angular creature trapped inside. It bursts out of the cyst, leaving a glittering object behind its haste to escape. Blah. Bye-bye.
Ow!
Now that the cyst has disgorged its prisoner, the husk looks hollow, deflated, defeated. Examine the remains. Something catches your eye. It's a piece of sharp metal that protrudes from just underneath a fold of decaying bloom flesh. You cannot begin to guess at its function, but it's small and easy to carry. You slip it into your pouch. You found this object inside the ruptured bloom cyst. It is made of azure steel and resembles the hilt of a small knife, but the blade is missing. The device is inert because it lacks power, but its potential energies are great. Tapped and conducted through strange dimensions, it would require an appropriate power source to reactivate the missing blade.
Making a note.
The creature within the cyst was an abacus, a being that feeds on transdimensional energies. Assuming that it was in the cyst for any length of time, it must have been surviving by draining energy from the object you just found. A closer examination of the object should tell you more. Oh, it's a quest item. Inspect the device. The device is made of azure steel. It appears to be inert and has no obvious function. A stylized name is inscribed into the steel. Ioksu. Behind a strong glass plate, you find a compartment that contains an old depleted power core. It's blackened and drained, so you toss it aside. You could place another power source inside the compartment, but it may require a particular type of energy. Based on your understanding of the technology, it seems as though the device would require a transdimensional power source, something that harnesses the energy of singularities or parallel universes. Okay. Feels like a
Of course.
had a siege side quest. Sunderman the Younger. This friendly-looking youth is dipping strips of cured bloom flesh into colored dye. He looks up as you approach, revealing startling yellow eyes. Hello, sir. Are you interested in our wares? They're handcrafted and one of a kind. I'm interested in your wares. Great. You should talk to my elder. He handles the actual trading. What sort of work are you doing? I'm Sunderman's apprentice. That means I do whatever he tells me, really. Mostly harvesting usable bloom flesh. It's always an adventure. Flesh harvesting, though. My elder tells me I'll be going away on a bigger adventure soon. He grins cheerfully. Can't wait. Isn't it dangerous to harvest bloom flesh? Not really. People only fear the bloom when they don't understand it. He puffs up his chest. I've lived here all my life and nothing's ever happened to me. Oh, but it will, youngster, chuckles the old merchant who stands beside the apprentice. It will. The younger man laughs uncomfortably. You keep saying that, but you won't say when. If I did, says the older man, I might try to avoid it. I know I would, if only to see what happens. Near a display of goods that all appear to be made of bloom flesh, either tanned, beaten, or carved or cured, stands an old man who looks fairly tanned, beaten, carved, and cured himself. He also has startling yellow eyes, just like his apprentice. Hello, he exclaims, admiring my stock. You won't find anything else like it, not even here in the bloom, all handcrafted and one of a kind. Let me see your wares. Bloom flesh armor. At the start of each turn, a tentacle latches onto a nearby enemy, does 6 trans-dimensional damage to the target, heals 6 points of health to the wearer. Bloom bone shard. Oh. Metabolism flesh bud. Meh. Chirurgeon slump. Old slave block. Jesus Christ! Even more areas! An enormous statue of a woman wielding a hammer stands here, its lower half lost to shadow in the depth of the blue. Shrine of Sheila.
Done.
These sturdy jugs contain a slimy, viscous liquid. Fluid? How did I read liquid? A tendril of bloom flesh squirms around in one of them. Whatever. The observant speck. Not gonna lie. There is too much reading in this game. Holy fuck. Like, in Pathfinder, there's still a lot of reading. A lot of text. But it's broken up. Like, you don't read for 4 hours straight without a single combat. There's a lot of running around and doing combat and stuff in between. Here you run for like 10 seconds and then there's the next conversation. In a shadowy corner of the shrine lurks an old woman, so tiny and unremarkable that she blends into the gloom. She's been watching you since you arrived, following you with bright, intense eyes. You notice that one of her arms is missing at the elbow. Scan thoughts. He's here. Greetings. The whispers told me you were coming, cast off. They often do, when someone they regard as interesting finds their way to the bloom. Her voice is soft and shifting, as if everything she says is echoed by the chittering voices of the bloom. Suddenly she is at your side. one small hand touching your arm. Her eyes probe yours. Did you come here with purpose? Do you know what place this is? You realize that this shrine does feel familiar, as if you or perhaps the changing god have been here before. You scan the room, searching for anything that might seem familiar. A metallic gleam catches your eyes from the nearby slab of stone. It lies partly buried beneath a motley pile of offerings, but the unusual shape of the metal sparks a memory. The old woman follows your gaze. He left that as an offering, Josiah did, when he was here. You can almost feel the weight of the device in your hand. With a sudden jarring clarity, you see the chamber as it was 40 years past. The changing god stood before a group of robed bloom cultists, offering the device in trade for information. And in the corner, an elderly woman, bird-like with shining eyes. This woman you've just met, or someone much like her, was at the shrine then too. He pored over every scroll, she whispers, half to herself, wanting to learn how Sheila forged a friendship with the bloom, a bond that imposed no price upon her, or so he thought. And now here you are, the servant in the shrine of Sheila the Great, Sheila Silverskin, Sheila the Bride of the Hammer, and I am her observant speck. When the changing god was here, what did he want from the bloom? To create a portal to another world, a place called the Ascension. He believed that the crystals of that world would save him from death, so he descended to the bloom's heart and forged a bond of sorts. From that bond, a new maw was born. He took your sire, the world he sought. She purses her lips, but for every bond the bloom always exacts a price. If it could not feast upon your sire, then it will find a way to devour one of his offspring. More than one, perhaps. Her eyes glitter. What, is that the sorrow? Did the bloom spawn the sorrow? What can you tell me about Sheila? Stories, she murmurs, pass from one speck to the next. So many stories, told by so many tongues. Too many to hold in my head, but the bloom remembers, and it whispers in my ear to remind me. Tell me where Sheila came from. The speck closes her eyes and cocks her head like a bird's, as if listening to the voices of the bloom. As she begins to speak, the faint chitters and whispers that always underlie her words grow louder, twisting them around in your head and spawning images in your mind's eye. Speak to me, whispers. Tell me again about Sheila. Look up, high on the cliffs, a sturdy little house. The cliffs of Sagus flash before your eyes, crowded with old, ramshackle homes. They cling to the rocks like spindly crabs, high above the sea. One of them catches your eye, a pretty little house, freshly painted blue and green, in a solid nook of stone. A man and a woman dwell inside, a father and a mother. 2 children they have, a girl and a boy. Now you can see the people too. The girl is tall for her age, robust and strong. Her brother is small, cautious and quick. Keep listening. One day the father pulls a treasure from the sea. You can see the man in a fishing boat, hauling a silvery cylinder out of his net, looking at it in wonder. He brings it home to his family. What shall I do with this artifact, he wonders. For I am a simple man, not a wizard or a sage. The man glances out the window of his house and sees his 2 children playing in the street. Artifacts bring trouble, he says to himself, and I have a family to protect. I'll bring this treasure to the boss of the town, and she will thank me for it. So the next day the man gathers the treasure in a sack and sets out for the manor at the top of the cliffs. His daughter, Sheila, wants to go with him, but he shakes his head and goes alone. Keep listening. Many weeks pass. The man never returns from the manor on the hill. Sheila asks everyone she knows, but no one has seen her father. One day, just as she and her brother leave their house in the morning, they hear a crash behind them. In your mind's eye, you can see the pretty little house pulling away from the cliff, its wooden supports snapping like twigs, bursting apart as it falls towards the sea. It strikes you as strange that this house, seemingly kept so much better than its neighbors, collapsed so suddenly. The children race back along the road, only to find that their house is gone. Their mother lies dead among the rocks. As her brother curls up in the street and weeps, Sheila stands beside him, gazing toward the manor at the top of the cliffs. I know you did this, she whispers, and I know what you did to my father. The treasure you took from him is my birthright, and I will have it back. That's what drove her? Vengeance? Not vengeance. A desire to be extraordinary. The Speck's voice is quiet again. The whispers receded, and you sense that the words are truly her own. Sheila believed that her parents were easy victims because no one knew who they were. If they had been prominent and well known, the boss of Sagus wouldn't have dared to harm them. But they were small and simple folk, so no one cared when they died. For what else matters but to be known? The changing god also knew this. But how is Sheila born? Is Sheila the first cast off? Or was Sheila the one who defeated the slave or freed the slave families? I don't remember. Tell me how Sheila found her way to the bloom. Once again, the Speck cocks her head and closes her eyes. When she speaks, the chitters and whispers of the bloom spark images in your mind, and you can almost see the events she describes. Speak to him as well, the cast-off. Show him the truth of the past. Look up, up. Two orphans climb the cliffs towards the manor high above. In your mind's eye, you see a brother and a sister in their late teens as they scale the sheer cliffs of Sagus. Above them, carved from the natural rock, looms a great walled house. It belongs to a woman, the boss of Sagus and mistress of the bloom. She who killed their parents and took their birthright for herself. The girl is Sheila, tall, broad-shouldered, and flamboyantly dressed like a glittering gem against the dull stone of the cliffs. The boy is her brother, Shade, slender, and quick, cowled in black. Keep listening. Through the unguarded window they climb, slipping into the garden beyond. There, at its heart, is the artifact, their birthright. In your mind's eye, Sheila and Shade crouch on a ledge. You can see the artifact as they must have. Metallic cylinder, fitted into a strange device. She leans forward, so eager to see what is rightfully hers. But the ground turns slick, and she falls, toppling into the garden. Close enough to the artifact that she can almost reach, but she's snared in a net of rainbow light. You can see Sheila crumpled under the strange net, trapped, calling for her brother. Shade watches from the shadows. He makes no move to help. Betrayed, hisses the Speck. Led into a trap by her twin. But if she couldn't have the artifact, at least she could touch. The Speck's voice strains, and as it does so, you can feel Sheila straining, reaching a hand through the net. As her fingers brushes the artifact, it flares with brilliant light, and it's gone. But not gone, not really. It's part of Sheila now, changing her slowly from within. You can sense the changes. You can sense the change, but she doesn't know what it means. Not yet. Not as they lead her away. You catch a glimpse of Sheila being led in chains from the great house. She's cast into the bloom as a slave, and there, the Speck smiles softly and warm. She meets me. But it wasn't really you, right? No, not me, not me. She shakes her head slowly, as if she isn't certain of her own words. It was another woman called the Speck, my namesake, the insignificant Speck. That's who she was back then. Tell me what Sheila did to warrant such respect. In the dark, in the bleeding guts of the bloom, a score of young women crouch in a cell carved from the living flesh of the bloom. You can barely see the girls in your mind's eye, thin and tired, huddled against the fleshy walls, bound in chains. Who they were before doesn't matter. They're slaves now, doomed to labor in the dark. One day someone new is brought to their cell and chained beside a small girl who calls herself the Speck. The old woman smiles. The new slave says her name is Sheila. Even in chains, she meets the guard's eyes, and they look away. Already the bloom whispers in her ears. Sheila places her hands upon its flesh and strikes a bargain. Keep listening. You owe us, Sheila whispers to the bloom, for the slaves you've eaten, for the speck's arm that you devoured. You owe us something in return. The flesh trembles beneath her hand and opens. Beyond is a chamber full of weapons. You catch a glimpse of Sheila, passing blades and stranger armaments to the other girls in her cell. Sheila picks a glowing hammer for herself. Or maybe the bloom does. It fits her hand like it was made for her. Never leaves her side again. Then we gather together, make our plan to escape. When all of us are ready, Sheila starts hammering on the door to our cell. The guards come running. We fall upon them, cutting them down, tearing them apart. Then Sheila leads us from our prison. We pour into the market, gathering more and more slaves to her banner. We kill every master we can find. In the market we decided to make our stand. Sheila knows that her enemy, the boss of Sagas, the woman who killed her parents and turned her brother against her, can't ignore us. We formed up into ragged lines. Then we hear them. The roar of the soldiers. The tread of heavy boots getting closer, closer. Somehow you can hear them too, along with the terrified murmurs of the slaves as they grip their weapons and prepare to fight for their lives. Noise, confusion. The speck's eyes are still closed, but she staggers back, raising a hand to defend herself against an invisible attack, as if she thinks she's in the midst of a battle. You can faintly hear the screams and cries, the clank of steel on steel. I stay by Sheila's side when the battle is joined. I try to guard her back, but she's struck, first by an arrow, then by a blade. Whenever they cut her flesh, silver scales grow over the wound, and she keeps on fighting. Sheila knows why. When she touched the artifact, her birthright, it became a part of her, changed her, so that she cannot be killed. She smiles, raises her hammer, crushes the skull of every soldier who stands against her. A shadow passes overhead. It's her traitorous brother Shade, soaring on wings of flesh and steel, bound to kill her at last. He strikes her once, twice, and again. The Speck's voice goes quiet. Each time, silver scales grow to cover the wound. Instead of getting weaker, Sheila grows stronger. She grabs him by the foot and smashes him into the ground. But instead of killing him, she speaks to him. It's a whisper, and I can't hear what she says, but Shade begins to weep. When she lets him go, he stays on the ground. The battle is won, and the enemy soldiers are running. Sheila goes to face the woman who killed her parents. I leave you with your life, she tells her, but not your name. Get out of here and never come back. You can almost see the broken woman, a feared warlord only hours before, fleeing alone and in shame from the battle. The Speck pauses and opens her eyes. That's where the story ends. Our enemy fled, and the bloom was ours. Vegas Cliffs was ours. Sheila became the first Memovira. We ended the trade in slaves, and Sheila ruled Sagas and all the lands around her for half a century, until the bloom called her to its heart. Okay. Too bad you let them start up slavery again. What happened to Sheila's enemy, boss of Sagas? She was forgotten. Some of the slaves said that they followed her, thinking to kill her despite Sheila's promise of safe passage. But before they had a chance, she vanished. She escaped to another world or was eaten by the bloom. A mischievous smile plays at the woman's lips. I prefer to think the latter. The bloom called Sheila to its heart. What does that mean? Its whispers called her, and she disappeared into the depths. Maybe it took her to another world, or maybe she still lives down there. One day she'll return for her speck. I'm sure of that. The whispers wouldn't lie. She will return for one speck. Perhaps not for me, but someday. Sheila ended the trade in slaves, but now it's returned. In a different form, yes. The old slave-holding families bided their time for generations, marrying themselves into the new leading families of freed slaves. They found ways to justify slavery as a punishment for the wicked. So it is with the wealthy and powerful. They're more like bloom flesh than they'd care to admit. Stubborn, enduring, difficult to kill. You keep saying we as if you were there. She blinks. I see the memories as if I was there. As if I was her, the first speck. But I couldn't have been there. It was too long ago. I want to know more about you. Her small hand enfolds the stump of her missing arm, a self-conscious gesture. I am only a speck, a mote of dust, easily missed. Nothing important, save for the words I speak, the stories I tell to those who would hear them. But I observe much that passes in the bloom, and I hear still more in its whispers. The whispers you hear are the voice of the bloom. So they are, her eyes glitter. A lot of people hear them, but none as clearly as me. How did you lose your arm? I didn't. She did. The first speck. The insignificant one. Alright, then how did she lose her arm? Eaten by the bloom. It was taken in her sleep, cauterized at the elbow, just like She stops herself, appearing confused. You were sure she was about to say mine. Just like the stories say. No, mine wasn't eaten. It was nothing. What was I thinking about? Tell me again how you lost your arm. I told you. I didn't lose my arm. You're confusing me with the real speck, one from the stories. She blinks several times in succession. Okay. Is this a place of worship? Not really. People come to be close to the bloom because its mind is strong here. They leave offerings. She waves her stump at the nearby slab. Valuables they've stolen. Trophies of their kills. Proof that they're hunters, not prey. Are you a leader or a priestess? She laughs aloud. Me? Making speeches, punishing the sinful. No, I'm only a speck. They let me stay here, and I tell them stories, that's all. Perhaps they think of me that way. Part of their illusion, I suppose. What sort of people leave offerings? Bloom cultists, most of all, but also guides, scavengers, merchants who fear to lose their precious cargo, travelers from other worlds, and the Memovira, before she lost the favor of the bloom. She'd heap the offering stone with the heads and hands of those she killed. So haughty was she back then, so sure the bloom loved her, things would never change. The old woman tisks, nothing is forever in the bloom. So, what do the bloom cultists believe? That the bloom is a god. Not a very kind or benevolent one, of course. She smiles. Some people seek an illusion of safety by redefining the things that they fear. Does the bloom respond better to thieves and murderers? She shrugs. Sometimes it pays more attention to them. Whether you want the attention of the bloom is another question. Predators is perhaps a better term for what it wants. Those who prey like it preys. Those who pray like it prays. Farewell. And there are 2 more people here. Ooh, that was a lot of text. A speck has always been here, even in my grandmother's day. They all look about the same too. Get your face out of mine. Oh, thank God.
If you're sure it's safe.
A slab of pitted stone sits in the center of the shrine, heaped with a motley display of offerings. The metallic gleam of a device catches your eye again, the mysterious offering left by the changing god. Look more closely at the device that was left by the changing god. Only one end of the device protrudes from underneath some of the other offerings, its sharp edges glinting azure in the flickering light of the shrine. You're certain it belonged to the changing god. You suspect that it is a mirror caster. Try to steal the mirror caster. That pool spent on effort restored. You wait until the spec's attention briefly shifts away, and then seize the device from the slab. Careful not to knock any of the other offerings to the ground. The spec turns back toward you, eyes glittering, and you think you hear a faint hissing, growling noise beneath the whispers of the bloom. Even though she says nothing, you suspect that she and the bloom know what you did. The device is cylindrical in shape, wrought from azure steel, with curved, sharpened projections on all sides, making it difficult to hold. It feels familiar to you, like a family heirloom that you've only heard about in stories, but always pictured in your mind. Somehow you know that it's a Merecaster. Can I heal now? Wait, maybe if we do it this way, work. Why does it didn't work? What's wrong? What the fuck? It's broken. Like, it's actually broken. Like, I don't have anything equipped that would stop me from getting healed. What? Apparently no one else has issues with this. What? Alright. We're unequipping everything. Maybe that helps. Some absurd reason. How about now? Nope, doesn't work. Maybe it's one of these things? Nope. It's just broken. So what if we give the item to Curtis? There it is, you
Onward!
on us. That worked.
Forward. Onward.
And now it works. Okay, so every time we're gonna do that, I have to reload first. Very based. You withdraw the Merecaster and hold it before you. A sour thirst immediately overtakes you, nameless and persistent. Your hands shake, your throat is dry, drier than sun-bleached stones. The pull of the mirror within this device slices like a polished shining knife through the wretched cravings clutching at your throat. Inspect the Merecaster. Whispers rise from beneath the thirst. Thoughts trapped not by the device itself, but by the mace of addiction, faithfully carved within the hollows of the Merecaster. One drink, one taste will help me think. Why suffer? Why shouldn't I have what I want? I want this, I deserve this. You lift one hand from the device and the thoughts fade into irritable muttering. Someone's an alcoholic. Enter the mayor. Okay. First thing you notice is the stifling heat. The dry air feels like it's sucking the life right out of you. You stand in the middle of a crowded street. An enormous blue dome towers in the distance over crowded clay and synth steel buildings. The dome shimmers as the sunlight dances across its surface. Dark men and women jostle past you in brightly colored robes, kicking up dust clouds as they go. The dust glitters gold and silver, but it's just dust, and it's making you cough. A beggar sits at your feet, her robes far grungier than those of the crowd. The beggar is a thin, gaunt young woman, her skin reddish brown from what looks like constant sunburn, her hair bleached almost white and her eyes green with bluish tints. The light reflects on a smooth, polished metal band around her throat. Coin for knowledge, she chants, rhythmically in a pleasing voice, rocking gently. Coin for pity, coin for song. She sees you staring. I know you, she says, her normal voice almost as melodious as her chanting. She points at the side of your head. I've seen that tattoo, and that uniform. You're one of the lords of the endless battle, aren't you? A cast-off. What business could you have with the Oasis? Try to remember whose life you're in now. Your accoutrements jog your memories. His name is Rhys Falk, an officer of the 1st Militia. A patch was torn from his uniform, suggesting he is actually a former officer. He was exiled for refusing to murder innocent cast-offs at Paj's orders. It was cruel, and not the kind of thing he wanted to be remembered for. He was shocked that Paj would even suggest it. He never did get a satisfactory answer from her as to why. Several ornaments hang from your belt. A metal hand, an electronic eye, a dead power core. They're trophies. Rhys's specialty is battling constructs and automatons. These ornaments are a source of pride for him. I was exiled, I don't know why. My business is none of yours. A strange smile crosses her lips. Your exile is obvious enough from your uniform. The torn patch is a dead giveaway. I'm surprised you still wear it. But what interests me more are those curios around your belt. She points at the various trophies on your belt, from defeated automatons. She beckons you closer and leans into your ear. I have a job for someone just like you. I need your help to sneak into the Oasis. Why do you want to get into the Oasis so badly? She sits back, folding her hands in her lap. You want a story? No, of course you don't. Here's the short, bittersweet version then. You see this? Touches the metal band around her throat. I acquired it some time ago, when I used to live in Sega's Cliffs. I can't say what compelled me to wear it, but... She laughs at her own foolishness. I did, and it gave me the most beautiful singing voice, and as an odd bonus, the ability to breathe water. I began to go by the name Tide Singer. But what blessing is without a curse? She looks wistfully in the direction of the blue dome. Mine is an overwhelming urge to immerse myself in water. I need it. I ache for it. She squeezes her fists until her knuckles become white. She lets go and sighs. I came here hoping to move into the Oasis, but their immigration laws are quite strict. I sing for money here in Jerboa, spending a day in Emra Jolios, whenever I have enough scraped together. But it's not enough. I need more. Why do you need to sneak into the Oasis? First time to Emra Jolios, I see. Yes, I have to sneak in. Oh, for a handful of shins I can play tourist for a day, and believe me, I do, whenever I can. But I long, I need to live there, to be part of their waters. Her shoulders droop, but the gibbers make it difficult. They fear what blending the cultures might do. So they place heavy restrictions on who can emigrate. They patrol the borders, monitor the airskin bracelets sold in Jerboa. You must have connections or money for them to let you in. I have neither. However, she leans in eagerly. If you can avoid their patrols and breathe without a bracelet, as I can, then it is possible. I have a gibber friend who says it's more trouble than it's worth for them to seek out every illegal air breather who slips through their net. It's only the net that's the problem. You have a plan then? She pats the ground next to her and waits until you're sitting down. The tour groups are on our way in. The tour groups are our way in. The gibber guards will let anyone pass with a guide. Of course, the problem is that the guides stick to you like... She searches for the right metaphor, then lets a handful of sand sift through her fingers, well, like dust. She raises a finger. Except at the menagerie. It's like an underwater museum, but it's so crowded that the guides simply hang out at the entrance. So we enter Emra Jolius with the group, then slip away and hide ourselves in the menagerie until nightfall. A shadow crosses her face. This is the tricky part. The menagerie is guarded by a demon, an automaton from a prior world. He playfully flicks the construct's eye, hanging from your jacket. But I suspect you know a thing or two about dealing with those, don't you? With your skills, we should be able to sneak past it, no problem. This sounds dangerous. What's in it for me? I thought you'd never ask. She sidles closer to you. You were kicked out of the endless battle, yes? On the first side, if I'm not mistaken. She smiles at your surprise. You'd be amazed what you hear even on the streets of Jerboa. I know a thing or two, including something very interesting about your militia that's worth the risk. She sits back and gestures at your tattered uniform. Besides, what have you got to lose? I wonder what happens here if you say forget it. I wanna try. If it just ends, I can offer shins as well. Not now, obviously, but once I'm inside. Please, I'll do anything, but I can't do this without you. Like, it has to be her Merecaster, or is it his Merecaster? Never mind. No, it's too risky. I'm just trying to get by. Farewell. You continue down the road, her pleas bouncing off your back. Time speeds forward, in the way dreams sometimes do. Jerboa town is the same the next day, in all but shades and shadows. Rumor circulates of a thwarted theft in the menagerie, of 2 prisoners, one dead, one imprisoned. But they are only rumors. Your path takes you past Nem's street once more. She's gone. Nobody knows where she went. Hardly anyone even knows her name. No rumors circulate. Beggar disappears after all. She may as well have never existed. Okay, that's just game over.
How do you maintain your good cheer all the time?
Alright. Maybe we should re-equip. Flask of bloom water. I feel like we should go and drink again. Wait, do I have 2 in concentration? Oh, I do. Okay. Don't need to care about them at all. Okay, there. Whew. My business is none of yours. Why do you want to get in? Why do you need to sneak in? It sounds dangerous. What's in it for me? Alright, I'll help you. Her face lights up as bright as her song from before. Thank you, thank you. For a man of your skill, this will be easy, I promise. Get what you need? I'll meet you at the gates in an hour. She gets up and practically floats away. Finding the gates of the oasis is simple. All roads radiate from the dome like a hub. The air is cool and fresh near the bubble. This close, the waters appear to rise perfectly vertically. You strain your neck trying to see where they disappear. An energy net simmers just inside the waters, open only at a single point where the several Gibra armed with barbed glowing spears scrutinize every air breather who tries to enter. Those with bracelets and tour guides are allowed to pass. The rest are turned away. Neme suddenly slaps an airskin bracelet on your wrist. You feel a slight tingle, but nothing more. She points to a group of Jerboans next to a smiling Gibra. Ready? Let's go. Stepping into the oasis is surprising. There is no shield or force holding the waters. You walk into them like you might walk into the sea. Once inside, the tour guides take you all over the massive city. Through the sunken market, an underwater park, the government square. Neme was right. She doesn't let you out of her sight once. Finally, you arrive at the menagerie. It's just as crowded as Neme said it would be. Filled with creatures and curios, as though it can't decide whether it's a museum or a zoo. It's almost overwhelming, and you don't know what to look at first. Remember, Neme says, her hand gently holding your arm, why we are here. Take a closer look at the construct near the door. The construct's armor is pitted and scarred, bursting with metal thorns on all sides. Instead of arms, it has long killing blades sharpened to a gleaming edge. It appears to be inactive, completely oblivious to you or anything in the menagerie. A feeling of intense loathing rises unbidden as you look upon it. These are not your feelings, you realize, but a visceral response of the person whose body you're in. Examine the amulet on a pedestal in the center of the foyer. It's an amulet made of several concentric circles. A thick cord is attached to the outer circle, although it does not appear to pass through the other rings. The circles are just hovering in the center of each other. A plaque on the pedestal says it's called the Talisman of Skorgil. Myth says it belonged to the legendary Baji, believed a prophet of Nikol by the Gibra, and a deity by some Jerboans. Its true origins are unknown, but it has belonged to the Giash, the ruling council of the Oasis, for several centuries. You recognize the talisman as the strange artifact from the first memory, deep within your mind. The changing god once needed it for something, perhaps to complete the resonance chamber itself, though all of that seems irrelevant now. Examine the dangerous-looking water creature. The plot calls them Lorubs. They're nearly twice as long as a man is tall, with two front flippers and a narrow tooth-filled mouth. They hum an odd, dissonant tune to each other as they swim by. Neme seems entranced by it. There must be some invisible field between you and them, because they stay back from the onlookers. There is a pocket of air about 2 meters above your head. A few tourists floating there are tossing in treats. Treats they have purchased, which the Lorubs snap up greedily. Their habitat resembles rocky shoals, with several holes and hollows for the Lorubs to hide in. Check out the imprisoned fire creatures. These creatures are kept in a cell of air. The ground is black like obsidian, with the glowing red nodules here and there. The air in the cell shimmers like a summer day, though you can feel no warmth from where you are. A plaque says these creatures are commonly called firewights or flame souls, though they are made of neither fire nor spirit. The Aeon priests call them Nakals. The creatures feed on water and the life force of living creatures, says the plaque. In their natural habitat, they can control and shape magma into impossible architectures. They see temperatures, not light, and so the tourists are nearly invisible to them. Despite what the plaque says, you are certain they are watching you. Take a stroll around the entire building to find a good hiding place. The menagerie is much larger than it looked from the entrance. There are smaller curios and cells located everywhere, including all the way at the back. There's even a cell that the plaque says was once used as a prison for air breathers who broke Emra Julius's most sacred laws. The cell is filled with air. It is empty and dark. It would make the perfect place to hide if you could get access. There is a hatch that leads into it, tucked away in a dark back hallway. But the hatch is made of thick, heavy synth steel. You'd have to break the latch to get in. Try to unlock the hatch. You find some makeshift tools in your belt, but the lock is either Gebra fashioned or something from a prior world. It is complex in a way you've never seen, and even after several minutes of toying with it, you make no headway. Why is it higher the second time? Is it because it costs an additional speed to try, but you get that speed for something? Failure again, you cock! Critical success, stat pool spent on effort restored, thank you. The lock is complex like nothing a human has ever built, but after working at it for several minutes, you finally hear a satisfying click from within the door. The latch turns and you shove it open. You and Neme slip into the surprisingly warm air of the cell and close the hatch behind you. When it's just a matter of waiting for nightfall. Then it's just a matter of waiting for nightfall. Hours pass. Tourists and tour guides leave one by one. The guides don't seem to keep track of who they brought, acting only as chaperones for tourists who wish to return. The remainder are accompanied out at sunset. The menagerie is dark and empty. Sunlight had been filtering in from translucent rocks in the ceiling, and sunlight that had been filtering in from translucent rocks in the ceiling is now gone. Only a few fish and rocks still light the gloom. You emerge from your hiding place, moving as quietly as possible, but as soon as you reach the main corridor, a metallic voice carries from the direction of the front entrance. Did you think I would not see, would not know? You will die here tonight. You see the demon around the corner, a construct bristling with spikes and blades. It doesn't seem to have seen you yet, but it knows you are here. It's blocking the exit. You have a beam lance bracer on your forearm, but you suddenly wonder if that will be enough. Melee weapons, medium weapons. Try to blind the demon with the beam lance. Try to disable the demon with your sword. %. Ranged 55%. Attack the demon with the beam lance. You aim the beam lance at its head, focusing on the vulnerable optic nerves. You exhale and squeeze your fist, triggering the beam. It strikes the demon directly in the face. The demon's head snaps backward. When it returns, the face is charred, the eyes dim. Do you think I need to see to kill you? Come here! It's still 55% chance. I was hoping it would get higher. Although you have never learned how to take down an automaton, you find this body knows easily what to do. You get closer to the demon, feinting an attack to its head. When it blocks this critical spot, you bring your blade back against its side, slicing through critical wires and actuate. The demon makes a guttural noise, possibly a curse. Its body jerks and shivers against its will. It's not dead, but it will have trouble retaliating now. Attack the demon with the beam lance. You take aim and blast it in the shoulder. It reels back, sparks and debris flying from it in all directions, then hovering in the water around it. It's wounded, but not enough to slow it down. The demon sips through the water toward you, blades extended, but without its optic centers, it's easy for you to get out of the way. Attack the demon again. You blast it in the waist. It doubles over. More shards of gleaming metal dances away in the dark water. When it comes back up, there is a gaping hole in its armor. If you're lucky, one more shot there will finish it off. Attack the demon again. Aiming carefully, you fire again at its lower torso. The beam explodes with a blast of light and heat, firing into and then through the demon's body. It is flung backwards through the water, slamming into the wall behind it. Its eyes dim and it goes silent. With the demon destroyed, there is nothing between you and the exit. You swim out into the cool, liquid night. Stars and a full moon shimmer above you from outside the dome of the oasis. Shadowy mountains rise in the far distance at the edge of the valley. Below you, the rest of Emra Jolios is a black expanse. Neme snaps off her bracelet and breathes deep of the waters. Thank you, she says, her voice even clearer now without the airskin. She puts a hand on your cheek and whispers, I owe you more than you know. It's not much, but I know something that might help you. Your commander, Paj Reckon, is not what she appears. There's someone else pulling the strings above her. She shrugs, embarrassed. It's all I have to give you. I'm sorry. Maybe you can use it somehow. She darts forward and kisses you on the cheek. Then she swims off into the inky black. You make your own way down to the surface. As you do, you notice two shadowy figures flying through the water above you. The moon's reflection shines on them for a brief moment, and you catch a glimpse of two cast-off tattoos, and an artificial eye. Mass-off! The figures disappear into the menagerie. Any thoughts of following them are quickly snuffed out, as something tugs painfully at your gut. Within seconds, Emra Jolios fades away for good. That was the changing god and Mass-off, I suppose. We let them in easily. Okay. It's done.
Of course.
Holy shit. Walks without fear. Why are you invisible? At first, you're not sure if your eyes are playing tricks on you. A semi-transparent man shuffles and struts before you, his body fading into and out of incorporeality. His once fine clothes have rotted away. His long beard looks to be host to any number of small vermin, and his eye sockets are disturbingly empty. She studies the man, mentally subtracting and adding his features, and suddenly gives a sharp intake of breath. He whispers, Can it be? Can it be? No, he couldn't have survived. Somehow the man hones in directly on your face, and you have the unnerving feeling that he can see more than what's on the surface. The staring sockets are deep and cavernous, as if they contain depth and space beyond the confines of his skull. He says nothing to you. Matkina, who is this man? This is the old Memovira, don't you see? This man knows all the secrets of the bloom. He was tied to it, bonded to it. I worked for him for years, alongside that bitch who occupies the position now. When he disappeared, she threw me out. I looked for him for a long time. She turns her attention to the bearded man. Sir? Sir, it's Matkina. You called me the White Death, remember? He turns his cavernous eye sockets to her. They study her for a long time, considering. Life begins to seep into his face, and a small smile creeps across his face. I think I remember, but memories are lost in the telling. He thinks again. Better to tell it now and have the story remembered. You say I am the old Memovira, so we must speak to the new. Speak of the new to understand my tale. That face, so familiar. Memovira? Yes, and she my White Death. I remember. His lips part in a feral smile as he grasps at the last memories in his mind. The new Memovira. Ha! What has she done worth mentioning? Who trembles at her voice? Tell me, who fears her steps? Who among her people wouldn't slip a blade into her back? Oh, she did for me, it's true. Her and her coterie. But I had loyal retainers to the end. Loyalty and fear, like a fist. She may have taken my place, but she'll never match my rule. If the Bloom hadn't turned against me after my decade in power, I'd be there still. But she dragged me to the heart of the beast and let it sift through my mind, fed it all my crimes, and then she left me there. He swallows. Ask your questions of me, while the fragments of memory still linger. Ask now and make the questions count. What happened in the heart of the Bloom? She brought me through a new maw, an entry to the heart I'd never seen. It was then that I knew what she intended, and we fought, but she was fast and strong, and I was old and drunk. She didn't kill me though, oh no. She wanted me to suffer for the crime of raising her up. She bound me there, and she stood above me, and reveled in my pain as the Bloom sucked away everything that I was. I'll say this for her, she was better at malice than I ever was. Such excruciating pain. Ah, but that memory slips as well. Thank the gods. How did the new Numenera unseat you? She knew the Bloom was angry with me. She told me she'd been below, and had seen something that she thought might explain why I lost my bond. I didn't know she'd hidden her killers around the Bloom. Or that she was the one who'd ruined shipments or driven off the citizens. She'd put her muscle into play, and I never even saw it. And she took me to the heart of the Bloom. He swallows. When you went down, her thugs moved in. They killed everyone in the fortress who had sworn for you. They hunted us down in the belly of the Bloom. They cast us through maws under unfamiliar suns. I fled into the city with a few of your lieutenants, and we had to kill some of our friends to get through the gates. And once we'd settled in there, she started hunting us in the city too. She shakes her head. She cast aside years of tradition to hunt me. I'd have sworn loyalty when you died. Nothing you could have done. Nothing. She was bold and fast. Tell me about your reign as the Numenera. He smiles, a cruel thing almost lost in his beard. I lived with my life in my hand. I never lost my love for its kiss. I took what I wanted and I shared with the best of my crew. But I had laws, mind you. Laws and strictures that kept the merchants pouring through the Bloom. No sense in scaring off the easy meat. No need to be greedy. They said I was weak, but that was because they didn't know how strong I truly was. And that's why the bitch came for me. Too grasping she was. Her face is more animated than you've ever seen it. Do you recall when we came down the Repcod and their trade in sense stealers? Came down on the Repcod and their trade in sense stealers. You plugged their leader into his own machine and the feedback melted his eyes, and the rest of them. You said something to the Bloom and the floor wrapped around their ankles. You had us go back to feed them for years, until their legs atrophied away. Matkina? My White Death? Is that you? I do remember that. He starts, laughing a hollow, ragged, terrible sound. Disused engine choking on pain. I remember that. You were magnificent that day. He turns back to you. Quick, ask another question. Who are you? His sockets stare into you for a moment while he considers. At last he shakes his head and says, I do not know. I have language, and I have the memory of muscles, but I do not remember how I came by these truths. What I remember is waking in the depths of the Bloom. I remember walking. I remember years of darkness before I emerged into the upper reaches at last. The Bloom took something. Took me, but gave me peace in its place. What happened to you? The Bloom took my old life from me. I woke in its beating heart and gestated there with while it digested my memories. I remember being terrified, but I do not remember what terrified means. He shakes his head to clear it. I had a name, I had a body, I had emotion and a life outside of this form. but I do not remember any of those things now. I do not remember fear. I am reborn in a new life. I am free. What are you doing here? I walk through this larger part of me and let it guide my steps. The weapons of humans mean nothing to this shape, and the paths of the bloom open for me. I am a part of the bloom. It is a part of me. I have been to places others have never seen, and I have seen worlds that lie waiting beyond the moss. You came from the depths of the bloom? What did you see down there? If I speak of them, the memories disappear from me forever. Yet thoughts themselves are ephemera, like our lives. Gone. And only those who choose to share have any hope of continuation. But even that memory is vanity. In a generation, who will remember these words? His socketless eyes look away, then back again. He smiles gently. Let me tell you what I saw. My memories are useless. Perhaps telling him will increase their life. The bloom reaches through dimensions and across realities. What did I see? I saw a vast beating heart. I traveled through skeins of the bloom's arteries and its viscera. I stood in open moss and looked out across alien landscapes, where lost sailors mourn for home, or crystal fields glitter under distant stars. I walked through the slave block, where the great Sheila staged her revolution. What would you know? Oh my god. So much! Tell me of the heart. A great chamber, the place where the bloom spawns and devours its voices, where its whispers gather in conclave, where its intelligence is strongest and sharpest. I woke. Woke? There, and I knew it for my master. Dangerous, not to me, not anymore, but so hungry. Tell me of the bloom's viscera. The gullet. That is its name among the bloom guides. A place of veins and flesh where the memories of the bloom's chosen, where they are digested. Echoes wander the place, echoes of the eater. He holds a hand to his head, as if pained. I recall stories of the abyss, the gates of Abaddon. The gullet could be their source. Tell me about the sailors. Lascars, they call themselves, holding fast to their history because they fear they have been forgotten. Old luxury and guilt banisters are their prison bars. What about the slave block? Sheila was born there. Not physically, but her legend. The first Memovira. He forces out this last word with an effort, and a spray of intangible spittle. A wince on his face. She spoke to the bloom, and it answered her. The monument to her strength is a murden nest now. Murdens? Memo. Why is that word a struggle to recall? Yet it feels strong. Right. Well, it's because you were the Memovira, and I think this dialogue is kind of bugged. Because Matt Kina lets you ask him about, his life as a Memovira. But if you go out of that and let me ask you something else, you can't go back into it. I want to hear about the crystal fields. A great plateau where towers bedazzle the eye. Lightning flickers among the towers, and strange silicate beings tunnel beneath the glassy surface. There have I watched children of stars and information speak to one another through dancing colors. Have you been to any of those places? No. I stand at the tip of the tendril and watch the landscape pass by as the great devourer prepares to latch himself to another world. Why would I ever step outside my host? I am without danger here. Each day another piece of myself slips away. Let me ask you about something else. Nothing, I guess. Farewell. By the Black Three, her voice is quiet, reverent. I never dreamed. The power in this place, if I could tame it, make its strength mine. What power did you see? I knew the bloom reaches across worlds. I knew that my old boss could command the flesh of the bloom itself. But I never quite understood just how it could be used. Each of the bloom's tendrils can anchor itself on worlds we barely dream. The moths are just the tips of those strands. The bloom is moving through realities, and the person who can control it has all those possibilities at her fingers. With a strike team and good weapons, you could create an empire. And even if the moths start to close and you lose your grip on the empire, you've still got all those weapons, all that Numenera, all that possibility from each of the worlds the bloom touches. Rule well and you could be unstoppable. She taps a finger on her lips. Still, there must be a reason why the others haven't done this. Would you sacrifice centuries of your life for a few years of this? You saw the price. You don't know the strength my boss had. I didn't know what he had. You could work wonders with that strength. You could destroy everyone who ever opposed you. That really worked out for him. You don't get it, do ya? For a time, he was one of the most powerful people in the world. A few even knew who he was. He burned bright and fast. She considers. But you're right. If we survive this, it's a skist trade. Fine. You've convinced me with your fancy sarcasm. Let's make sure we stop the sorrow then, yeah? Come on, she bows to the old man. And farewell to you, sir. Farewell. Alright, we came from here.
Here comes the boredom slayer.
This tentacled maw appears to be dead. Its flesh is being reabsorbed into the bloom.
Yes.
Lascar, Arechi. Hello, Arechi. These three humanoids wear intricately carved armor that makes them look like undersea dwellers of legend. Cannot recall having seen the material from which they are shaped either. Though the suits are bulky, their wearers move with a strange and fluid grace. You might have mistaken them for monsters, but their leader is unhelmed and appears human. She has close-cropped hair and an angular face, and her jaw is clenched, as if she were subconsciously chewing on a problem. At your approach, she gives you an irritated glance. You address the Jemadar Arechi. Speak what you need, or be
I'll
gone.
remember that.
Then she reconsiders her words. Ordinarily, hospitality is ours. Forgive this one. The maw to our anchorage has closed. It indicates the hideout, hideous tentacled mouth that lies dead in the center of the platform. Another way we must find. Have you word of open maws that lead to our station? She lowers her voice. Beseech you even. Trapped here with the supplies we purchased for our compatriots. This world is getting to me, and the frustration of speaking in a foreign tongue. You want me... You'll need to answer some questions. Tell me about your anchorage. All the refuge we have ever known. We await the ship that will end our mission and take us home. Captain Johnner commands us. If you find the maw and speak to her, perhaps she can tell you more. In a way, I suppose the anchorage is our home. After all, we have never known another. Where should I go to look for maws? This one hoped you would know. We are strangers here. Buying supplies is all we know, not hunting maws. She looks down at the dead maw on the platform. Here was the maw that led to our anchorage. Here it had been for many years, yet on our return, dead. I'll see what I can do. Little nihilist. Nihilist.
Go.
Trust and honesty are our bonds.
Come on. There we go. We have some kids to beat up. As you enter the slum, you nearly crash into a small confrontation. 5 mutants surround 3 guards dressed in the distinctive garb of the Memovirus enforcers. Before you hear them say a word, you already know the mood here is ugly, and it's likely to turn to violence soon. A mutant who looks like his face is full of spores or insect eggs leans towards a disgusted, terrified human and says, "You're leaving a trail of fear, piss. Who'd pay you for protection? We're done with the Memovira. She's out." One of the other guards, less phased, pushes the mutant back. "It ain't fear piss, it's the spit you're spraying when you talk. Why don't you go hatch your eggs by burying your face in a pillow? Real people are conducting business here." Hey, Despes. Yeah. I mean... It is a CRPG, so, I mean, it's bound to take some time. But it's actually, like, I looked it up on how long to beat, and it's surprisingly short. Like, I thought Planescape Torment was short, but this game is even shorter. But there's still, like, insane amounts of text that I keep reading all the time. Yeah, all of it. So I'm not sure. But how far in are we? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long the game is really. But I think we're a fair bit in. We shouldn't be too far away from the end. I feel like if there are, let's say there are 5 acts, we're maybe at act 3 or something. But I don't know if there are 5 acts. A second mutant, one who'd been observing the fracas, noticeably bristles, thorns literally emerging from his arms, shoulders, and face, and he pushes forward. "Every damned one of you looks the same. 2 arms, 2 legs, no surprises. You want to collect our money? I'll make you eat it, and your friends can collect it from your rotting shit." The mutant punctuates each sentence with an increasingly vicious stab of its finger. You can feel a bloody tide rising. If you wish to intervene, the clock is winding down. Gain the mutant's trust or choose a side by talking to both sides' leaders. Okay. But... I mean, the Memovira are obviously the bad guys here. Like, everything we keep hearing about the Memovira tells you that, yeah, they are bad guys. You focus on the thorn-covered mutant, and the weight of your gaze turns his head. "What do you want, human? You want in on a long-due bloodletting? You'd better talk fast. We're itching to get started." Smiley man, Scrag, yeah, Gibbs drunk man. Don't you have a stream? Don't you usually start like an hour ago? Or maybe it is at 11. It has to pee? You gotta pee for an hour? The spine-covered mutant's eyes remain focused on the Memovira's enforcers, his mouth drawing thinner and thinner. Ask how the Memovira might retaliate. They burst out into laughter, and their thorned leader replies, "What can she do? The bloom is done with her. Her grasp be weak." Skepticism and distrust mar the mutants' already unpleasant faces. They don't know or trust you. Can't say I much care for these humans' presence. Will be shed of them soon enough. The spine-covered mutant's eyes remain focused on the Memovira's enforcers, his mouth drawing thinner and thinner. Ask the mutant leader how the situation started. They came to collect their protection money for the Memovira, but the Memovira can't enforce anything. She's weak. Everyone knows it. Look at these poor specimens. They can't even protect themselves. The mutants grumble at you, cursing your intervention. I'm not intervening. This burly man's face seems to have been partially melted in some unspeakable battle. Keeping his eyes on the mutants, he says, "Ask your questions, but you might want to do it quick. I don't think our hosts want to put off their fun for much longer." Just that the Memovira's enforcers will come to check on the patrols shortly. What? Attack the sergeant and his men. You freak-loving laxkist! The Memovira will hear of this. Not if you die. Well, maybe if we hide here. Let's see. She just crouches down right in front of them. That's enough. Now let's see here, warp dash. Well, no, we can... Can you hit all of them? No, you can't. Not without moving. Alright, let's move.
Consider it done. A little surprise for you.
Wing!
I can barely scratch this thing.
They're hobbled and blanked. A lot of damage for someone who's blinded and hobbled. $22 relativistic damage.
That's the stuff.
Bam!
I bet your ancestors felt that.
Energized. Chemical. Whew. Yeah, I just wanna... Honestly, I'm getting kinda tired of this game. There's just way too much reading. It's like physically painful. Because I'm reading it out loud. I wouldn't mind starting playing Pathfinder soon. Bam! I have never failed on sneak, and I've pretty much always only used it at like 60% chance. Bam! And he's down.
One moment, and it's done.
Great sword, sweet. Money.
I'll handle it.
Trust and honesty are our bonds.
Where's the spiked head mutant? There. The blood of humans was sweet. Think the Memovira will send any more our way? I hope so.
One moment, and it's done.
In Tozo, you can see vague figures moving around inside the bubble-like house. It's not clear how they get in or out. A stunning man in formidable garb greets you with arms wide open. His golden eyes stir strange, unbidden feelings. Huh? I'm not gay, dude. My friend, he says, spreading his arms. Welcome, I am Ain Tozan. The sound of his deep, rumbling voice makes you think of a waterfall at the rise of the morning sun, beatific and profound. It makes you feel drunk. Then you see Rin's taking a step back, putting you partially between her and the man. She cocks her head to the side, still wary but curious. Do you know this man,
I
Rin?
know you're busy, but could we talk?
No. Sounds certain, but her expression suggests she's still mulling it over. Now what can I do for you? He says, with a puzzled glance at her. What a strange thing to do. Why is she hiding from me? Are you trying to hypnotize me? No, not trying. Trying requires effort, and the effect is quite beyond my control, he says with a slight genuine smile. The effect is caused by my passion for studying the web of connections between people, even separated by words, or... He pauses, his smile fading. Death. Even in death, connections persist. I'm surprised he's still as coherent as he is. Oh well, it's just a matter of time. His humor continues fading. He seems thinner now, frailer, less human. His voice is a dry, papery, ancient thing. My studies took me all over this world, and to lands beyond the stars before I finally came to the bloom. Here my hunger took on a more literal meaning. With careful hands he opens his clothing, exposing a maw, one of the bloom's sentient mouths. You sense otherness beyond it, a gateway to a place beyond this one. I told you that my studies changed when I came to the bloom, he says. One of the maw's tentacles winds around his wrist. This is how. A maw claimed me. Now we both feed. Quite harmlessly, mind you, on the connections between people. I understand the sensation can be quite pleasant. The tentacle slips reluctantly from his arm. If you wish to feed us, bring a close friend to visit us, and we will be here, waiting. Oh well. Where is he? There. She looks as though she's about to say something, then she shuts her mouth. This happens 3 times before she gives up. Did you want to talk to me about something? Yes, no. She covers her mouth with her hand. Never mind. You're acting strangely around Ain Tozan. Why? I don't know. I would remember if I'd seen him before, wouldn't I? If I'd been in this terrible place. She shakes her head. But maybe we should see what he can do. Just in case. Okay. How are you holding up? Yeah, same thing. They all like me super... Matkina reveres the last cast off. Why? We have barely done anything. I brought an ally to feed you as you asked. Any of them satisfy you? Ain Tozan closes his eyes and concentrates. A silky heat fills the air. You feel comfortable, lazy, happy. He holds one hand before him, centered on your chest. Then his finger moves. Over to Eritis. Past your shoulder to Matkina. A wide smile consumes his face. Declare a name and I will feed. What about me? I have strong feelings toward him. Unfortunately not, he says. I mean no offense, but my studies require subjects above a certain age. An expression of distaste flashes over his face, well hidden by his charming smile. Okay, feed on Eritis. Good, he says, rubbing his hands together with a rasping sound. A pleasant, insidious warmth streams through you, lacing every vein with pleasure. Tell me, he says, turning to Eritis. Tell me how you met. Eritis speaks, but you can't focus on his words. You feel the heat of his regard for you diminishing, but find it momentarily hard to care. Through the thunderous pulses of pleasure, you see tentacles spilling from within. Aeon Tozon's clothing, a maw opening. Rin peers through the portal and the world beyond it. She slumps. Following her gaze, you find Aeon Tozon staring at her in return, a curious expression on his face. Of course, never thought I'd see her again, after the way she tore out of here. A pale, transparent figure steps out of whatever world lies on the other side. He turns this way and, that perhaps attempting to get his bearings. Seeing Aeon Tozon and his maw directly behind him, he scampers off to the side to create some personal space. On finally noticing you, he gives a cheery wave. Aeon Tozon conceals the maw once more, and gives you a tremulous smile. Your companion falls silent, with a puzzled expression. How badly did it worsen? Barely anything. One step, I think. Where's Simeon? Okay. This pale, ghostly figure wears outlandish clothes and a horned helm. Opaque, tangled scars from an unfamiliar weapon loop and curl over his transparent body. Oh, he says, tilting his head. You, have you found my brother yet? One of these trips I'll stop being surprised. We've never met before. Of course we have, he says, holding the large helmet in place. You? Oh, right, this is the first time we meet, isn't it? He straightens, holding out his hand formally. Hello, I'm Querzimian, and I've been traveling through time and looking for my brother for millions of years. Nice to meet you. Bet he tries this time. Won't my hand go right through yours? Damn, he says, grinning. Every time we do this, I hope you'll fall for it. You almost never do. At any rate, let me know if you see my brother, huh? You came out of that maw. Are you connected to the bloom? To the what? He looks around. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just sort of, well, let's call it swim between places. Following currents, you know? Someone pulled the plug and here I am. How many times have we spoken? Good question, he says, consulting an invisible mental list just above your head. Thousands, I'd say. Always a pleasure, mind you, though I don't know why we keep running into each other. I don't see anyone else's more than once. If I had to guess, it's your relationship with the tides. But I don't mind, it's nice seeing a familiar face. He's probably the closest thing to a friend I have. Wow. What does your brother look like? Well, sort of like me minus the helmet, he says, thinking. And he's from a world long ago, so he might be wearing... He pauses. Oh, right. I do this every time we meet. It's just that I usually go centuries between running into you, and I always forget that you can't have possibly seen him. He winks. But there is a touch of sorrow in it. Still, let me know if you see him, huh? It's always worth a shot. I won't give up on him. What are those scars from? Scars, he says, looking down. Oh, those look painful. No idea. I have to say I'm glad I don't remember, though. Are you a ghost? I like to think so, he says, shrugging. But I don't really remember dying. Just the traveling and searching. And you'd think this helmet wouldn't keep moving around if I was, you know, spectral. He flashes a grin. On the other hand, I seem to remember promising my brother I'd haunt him when I died. So that's some evidence for the other side. What's the helmet about anyway? So glad you asked, he says, and looks at it. I love this story. He centers the helm on his head. I ended up on this battlefield once. It was, well, it hadn't gone well for the side wearing these helmets. I walked up this blackened hill, following the shouting, and I saw... It was probably a city once, but it was on fire, and covered in black flames. He shakes his head. The helmet doesn't move with him. There were just two fighters left, the big man wearing this helmet and her. She was huge and made of screaming shadows that came black, and that same black fire. And when the shadow warrior charged her, roaring, she just touched him. You touched him and he fell over, twitching and burning. He looks up at you. One of these times you told me she was called the Sorrow. Since this is the first time we've met, I'm guessing you have some questions for me. Your perception of time is a little confusing. He says. It's barely clearer on my end. Sorrow destroyed a city? A big one. Around the size of 3 Saguses and a bloom, he says. But, the people of the city were abusing the tides in some way. From what you told me about the Sorrow, that sort of thing makes her really unhappy. He straightens the helmet again. But I didn't think they deserved to vanish despite whatever they'd done. So I took the helmet of the warrior, when he'd, stopped melting a bit. Now I carry it with me to remind me of it. Hold on, you know about the tides? Of course I do, he says, then raises a wary finger. Sorry, forgot, first time I know. He yawns. They pull me from place to place, like normal tides do. It's why I keep seeing different times and places, and never stop in any one place for long. Tides don't rest, and neither do I. He yawns again, even wider. It's a little tiring sometimes, or at least I think I am tired, which is probably the same thing. Hey, he says, focusing on you. Can you actually sense the tides flowing through me? No. Well, let's fix that, he says, cracking his ghostly knuckles.
You see? See? This is why you have to click and talk to literally everything in the entire game.
Before you can react, he thrusts all 5 fingers through your chest. The feeling isn't unpleasant. In fact, you feel the tides surging through his arm, through you, and you see them curving back over your shoulders and back through him, binding you together. There, he says. It should be easier for you to sense the tides now. But just remember that she's out there. Blowing around with the tides doesn't seem to make her mad. Abusing them, I don't recommend it. Skill in Tidal Affinity has been increased by 1. Current skill level is specialized. You can't level that up when you level up. So this is the only way to get it higher. Well, see you next time. Aeon Tosan doesn't welcome you with his rolling golden words this time. He merely nods in greeting. Still, a touch of that hypnotic calm rolls over you. You recognize Rin, don't you? I believe I do, he says, turning to Rin. You came through me, didn't you, my dear? She frowns. What do you mean I came through you? That sounds gross. You emerged from another world while I was feeding on the dying love between a married couple. He beams at her. I don't know why you ran off, he says with a frown. I would have been happy to help you find your way home after I'd finished eating. She pales, looking with a little horror at his clothes and the maw underneath. Her eyes widen as understanding dawns. I do remember. You were there, weren't you? But I was so afraid. I was running from something. She grabs your arm. She's obviously trying to control her emotions. But she bounces on the balls of her feet, and the corner of her mouth curl and uncurl in an irrepressible grin. This is it, she whispers. My way home. Turn to Aeon Tosan. What do I need to do to send Rin home? My maw does not open whenever I will it, he says, patting his chest fondly. It requires sustenance. The bands of love and hate that bind us. Bring me someone who feels strongly for you, and we will secure a path home for the little one. Well, if you're bailing, then I'm going to take your stuff. Like, I don't know if she's actually leaving. Just want to be sure. Give me your ciphers.
All right.
Do any of my current companions have the connection you're looking for? Aeon Tosan closes his eyes and raises a hand. After a quiet, silent moment, he lets it fall again. I thank you, but no. This requires a different, flavor. You'll need to find someone else. Someone who harbors powerful emotions for you. Hasn't spent a great deal of time around you. What does that even mean? Maybe I can beat up the Memovira and drag her down here.
Of course.
One door. As you approach this bulk of stone and fur, it starts to move, becoming less of an inanimate object and more of a man. Before you stands a giant figure, the beard so thick it seems like sculpted granite. But when you see his gentle eyes, a tangible wave of peace washes over you. I'm happy to see you, Adon, he speaks carefully, as though every word is a step upon icy ground. You have been gone too long. The Peacebringer! It would be good to repay my debt to him. He is a good man. I'm not the man you think I am. Gentle confusion crinkles the mutant's stony brow, making a sound like boulders shifting against one another. It's me, Adon, he says slowly. One door. Perhaps it has been too long. Perhaps you do not remember me. His shoulders sags as he says this. I'm sorry that I've made you unhappy. Do not be sorry, he says with a gentle sigh. You must help many people. It was foolish to think you would remember me. It does not matter. I will help him if I can. Why have you returned, Adon? Can I help you in any way? How are you, Wondor? Better than before, he says shyly. Better than before we met. Then there was sadness in me, rage and sadness, fed by my many thoughts. But you found the stranger inside me and took it out. He spreads his rocky palms. Since that day I have felt peace. Sadness at what? Rage at what? No longer matters. Who was this stranger you mentioned? I do not know, he says, shaking his head back and forth 4 deliberate times. But it entered my head in the accident. It was heavy, like a golden statue. It made my thoughts faster, but sharper. They made me sad. They made me angry. The warmth of his smile ripples across his face. But you told me you could help. You took out the device, took away the dangerous thoughts, leaving me calm. Simple joy fills his eyes. You said you had more use for thoughts than I did. What accident? I don't remember. The stranger held the memories and the pain, and the stranger is gone. Gratitude warms his face. You took it. What were the thoughts? They are hard for me to remember now, he says carefully. But it was my voice. You should not have left them, it said. They are not gone because of you. They are gone because of you, it said. You must learn from this, it said. He shifts uneasily, but when I tried to learn from the thoughts, they increased. They shouted. They would not leave me alone. I do not know what they mean. I do not need to know. I think you can help me open Aeon Tozon's maw. Wonder turns ponderously to stare at the man, who stands some distance away for several long moments. Of course, he says, nodding so forcefully that his body sways. Anything for you, Adon, anything. I will join you when you speak to him next. Well, that was easy. Literally just 3 steps away. No, wrong dude.
Of course.
My friend Wondor here will help me feed you. Wondor shuffles over, flushed with delight at the prospect of being helpful to you. Aeon Tozon asks questions of the big man, but you can't catch them. You can barely think. Pleasant warmth overwhelms your mind, shutting out everything else. The maw peels open. You squint as a sudden bright light filters into the darkness of the bloom. You breathe involuntarily as a sharp, pungent smell strikes your nostrils. As your eyes adjust, you see green, grass, bushes and trees. So many trees. It seems like Aeon Tozon isn't even there anymore. Just this window into another world. She stares, tears falling freely down her face. She looks at you and her face falls. I don't know what to... She looks to the maw, then back at you again. Now that I'm here... Are you sure this is what you want, Rin? Yes, she says without thinking. Then she shakes her head. No, I mean, this is what I wanted. It is, but you... She turns her wet eyes to face you. You mean a lot to me. Now should I? I mean, the thing is, if that leads back to her family, of course that's where she should go. But she's so fucking weird, and she hasn't actually told us anything that makes any fucking sense. And all we're seeing are a bunch of trees. So we might just be stranding her in like a strange world where she knows nothing about. Ulrin, it's your home, your family. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She lunges forward, throwing her arms around you. She squeezes you tightly, prying into your chest for several moments. Finally, she pulls away and puts something into your hand. Gold tide raised a huge amount. I made a god for you, a god of friends and finding. I don't know how strong he is, but maybe he'll help us see each other again someday.
Updated my journal.
Come on, Al. I want to show you, well, everything. He steps forward, oblivious or unheeding to the fact that she's walking into a person. She doesn't care. She's finally home. Okay. The mall closes up behind her. Aeon Tosan closes his clothing again to conceal it. He sniffs and wipes his cheek. He says nothing, but stops you with a gesture and shakes his head. Finally, he regains his composure and says that was... He shakes his head again, seemingly unable to say more. Makes me miss my niece. Wonder how old she'd be by now. Rin loses the inspired Fettle. No! Rin gave you this very small knife just before she returned to her world. She called it a god of friends and finding. She admitted it might not be very strong, but she hoped it would help you and her friends. Help you and her find each other again someday. The blade is dull, and it is too small to be of use as a weapon. Okay, okie dokie. Then... do we have much use for the Ring of Entanglement then? See this, the Shadow Ring, it's not really that good on us. We're just single targeting. So the thing is, if we're not using the Ring of Entanglement anymore, then the Shadow Ring, if it gives +2 relativistic damage on everything, it depends on what they mean with attack. If Warp Dash, yeah, it is an esoteric and an attack. It's an esoteric and an attack? Does that mean we can use those? I probably sold. Like this, +1 damage per effort applied on esoteric attacks. Would that work? +2 damage on esoteric attacks. I don't know. Stealth evasion. I want to try. Let's see if we can stack. What else did we have? Unless I sold it already. I think I did. There was something else that did the same thing, but it had Might Edge. Oh, there it is. We'll just have to see if it does anything.
What now?
You can't use it out of combat.
All right. Yes.
Young mutant.
Like a
Oh, I was gonna say, is this another Katina? But it's probably the same Katina.
Fine.
Might be able to find a transdimensional energy source here, I suppose. The whole middle section of this building is gone, erased from existence by something that passed directly through. The most likely culprit is the vehicle that rests a short distance away. Apparently her illicit lover wasn't human. He pollinated her. Whatever she is growing inside isn't a baby. Has her husband found out yet? He will soon enough, I'm sure. No hiding this one.
One moment, and it's done.
Can you repeat that? Zeredig, what is that Vargellan doing by the window? His name is Torkra, but not Bandari. Milady, I'm measuring our cross-dimensional velocity by estimating the passage of certain landmarks. But the cantina will tell you if you just ask. This is so, but if I am to retain my mental acuity, I must exercise it. If you insist, but I would rather let my servants serve.
If you want a job done right.
Would you care for some refreshment, Bandari? My thanks, Zeredig. Where is Methanwi? Right behind you, my dear. Oh, you startled me. A small pleasure. This trip has been surprisingly dull.
You want it done right.
Anstal, look! Look out the window. Must I on? Will it be so different from last time? I suppose it depends on whether you value the journey or the destination. Wake me when we arrive, someplace interesting. His name was On.
At last.
Are we gonna find her again so
You
fast?
won't notice I'm gone.
This device appears to be one of the engines that once drove this vehicle.
Whatever.
A pale blue light pulses gently. The air in this space feels charged, almost solid. A small glass control panel, apparently hovering in the air, winks with light and fills with tiny images. You raise your hand to touch the panel. Before you touch it, ghosts materialize around you, crowding you with their intangible presence, with their need. The nearly transparent Vargellan speaks. What do you intend with this? Suffering will come if you persist. You close your eyes and listen to the psychic chatter of the ghosts, and then you realize that they have no thoughts of their own. They are being controlled from a central point. You focus your thoughts at the core, but its psychic defenses are impenetrable. Who are you people? One of the men, his fine clothes looking slightly disheveled and stained, looks at you for a moment, as if weighing whether to tell you the truth. At last he says, I am Anstal. I do not exist. The other man takes up the thread of the conversation. I am Zeredig, a merchant noble. I was on a pleasure cruise and sought to expand my business. Neither do I exist. On. The woman points to herself and says, On. These others are Torkra, and Vargellan, Bandari and her companion, Methanwi, she gestures. We do not exist because we are dead, crushed to death in the crash. We are projections of, and now the voice changes, my memory. I am the Katina's intelligence. These projections are the memorial of my failure to serve my passengers. You know that one of the passengers survived. A woman named Kian still lives nearby. The projection speaks at once. My external sensors were destroyed. Some passengers were ejected. Calculations suggested that none would have survived such an event. I am grateful for this information. The Katina's voice is subdued, almost pensive. Why would you create a memorial of your passengers? Another ghost steps forward. I retain memories of my passengers' actions. I watched them live. I felt them die within me. What else can I do but provide a memorial for them? They would have lived for many more years were it not for my failure. I was endowed with a desire to pilot the Katina, to cause my passengers to arrive safely. This is denied to me. My secondary objective is retaining the knowledge and memory of the circumstances leading up to and surrounding their deaths. This will aid in reconstructing the events of the crash, may provide solace to their survivors. Until such time as a qualified diagnostician arrives, I cannot permit my cores to go dormant. Instead, the emotion I quantify as grief powers my display. I may have a way to give your passengers a more lasting memorial. I carry a shared mind space in my psyche. If we link our minds, we could preserve the memories of your riders. One of the ghosts, Bandari, thinks says, in your mind. It's not a question. None of my medical records indicate such a thing is possible. Her partner, Methanwi, adds, however, I concede that my knowledge is incomplete. If it is possible, but no. My duty is to keep the passengers' memories alive here. Persuasion deception? Your power will not last forever here. Transferring your knowledge to my mind will ensure the survival of your memories. Deception? That sounds evil. Therodig's ghost reflects. You may be correct. The loss of physical place may be rectified through a longer and more personal memory space. I carry a neural network. Let us establish a direct connection. I have the necessary tool. A hidden panel slides open. Within lies a vaguely head-shaped mass of metal wire, all spines and jagged edges. Place this atop your head, he murmurs. A few more moments and we can begin the data transfer. Anamnesis. Place the jagged crown atop your head and attempt to absorb the Catina's intelligence into your labyrinth. 100%! You place the net atop your head, and the metal cuts into your scalp. You feel a coolness as blood trickles upward into the device. Thin wires enter your peripheral vision and slip behind your eyes. They slice into your optic nerves, and the agony paints blossoms across your vision. The ragged shapes of pain resolve into the world around you. The world as the Catina sees it. Connection established, the Catina announces. Thin wires in your peripheral vision slip in behind your eyes. What? Telemetry destination. Access to old records, ambient temperatures. It's almost too much to process. But you manage to tamp down the overwhelming flow and relegate it to the background. One by one, the ghosts around you begin to wink out of existence. You can feel them awakening inside you. Remove the power source from the containment device.
Making a note.
With the Cantina's intelligence gone, your work proceeds quietly and quickly. You slide the containment device open. Inside the glowing blue tube, you see a rack of 10 cylinders. 9 of them are cold and inert, but one of them hums and blurs, barely perceptible vibration as it fades into and out of this reality. You gently remove the clamps that hold the powered cylinder. The lights wink out. A deep, almost ultrasonic moan ripples down the Cantina's walls as the power within the tubes and wires flicker away. An alien voice babbles something over a small speaker near the control panel. You are left standing in darkness. Everything around you is quiet and still. Attempt to insert the transdimensional power source into the handle. Oh, that was easy.
I'm ready to pick my path.
You take out the cylinder that you found in the crashed Catina and try to slide it into the compartment on the hilt. Initially, it looks as though it won't quite fit, but you discover that if you press the cylinder gently against the opening, it gradually resizes itself and fits neatly inside. A small fine blade of pure transdimensional energy sprouts from the hilt. You realize that this device is a scalpel. With a twist of the hand, the blade can quickly be switched on and off. Look at the weapon. For transdimensional damage, plus 3 damage per effort applied, max plus 15. On critical hits, wielder gains phased, converts all damage to transdimensional, and gains plus 30% evasion, plus 3 resistance. Except transdimensional damage dealt to this character is plus 100%. Active 1 round. The thing is, like, it's not really better. It just does transdimensional instead of physical. Otherwise, the damage is mostly the same. It just has one higher effort allowed. So it entirely depends on what we're facing. But it's good to have both of them. Then we can switch between if necessary.
Happy to help.
Telling. This odd pair of gloves, made out of a thick brown leather-like material, feels comfortable and springy. Half icosahedral metallic studs are mounted on the knuckles. Icosahedral. Okay. Very shiny and perfectly smooth. They appear to be made out of chromium and feel lukewarm to the touch under any conditions. When worn, the gloves quickly become a burden. The studs begin to make a faint buzzing sound. The longer the gloves are worn, the louder the buzz. After a few minutes, a pronounced fatigue sets in. The fatigue progresses until the wearer feels the same sort of numb sensation in their digits one would have after wood carving, or playing a string instrument for hours. They're impossible to wear comfortably after this point. Tucked into one of the gloves when you found them is a piece of paper. On it is a crude picture of the gloves with various glyphs pointing to specific parts of the apparel. While fascinating, the glyphs do not indicate the glove's purpose. Okay, based. Very cool. Oh, level up. Increase edge. Speed.
My enemies will fear me. Fear me more, I mean.
The passageway leading to the next segment of the vehicle is blocked by debris. This is as far as you'll be able to go. Something there. Sign. A cloak of deepest purple ripples with a life of its own. Upon donning the cloak, the wearer is instantly overwhelmed by a blissful state of relaxation and contemplation, as if undergoing vigorous deep tissue massage. Many a wearer has become so enamored of the cloak that they will jealously guard it with their lives. This particular model appears to have been made for a small child and does not fit you or your companions. Okay.
Fine. How do you maintain your good cheer all the time?
Why, I just think of a happy thing. A daring thing. Adventure thing.
The silver tide represents admiration of power and seekers of fame. It is the tide of people who seek to influence blah 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 blah.
I am the very soul of action.
Garkoto. Mutant guards here. And the
I'm
Garkoto. What's a Garkoto? You stand before a painted spherical tank, fashioned of metal and synth. The paint is old and cracking. Inside the tank is a murky liquid, or possibly a thickened gas. And every so often you can see motion from a fluke, flipper, or strangely deformed arm within. A cleverly disguised grill on the front of the tank squawks out the distorted voice of the tank's occupant. It buzzes and moans, drawing out some words and shortening others in a burst of static. I am Garkoto, a prince of the Fahat and their delegate here in Little Nihilesh. Niliesh. The voice spits and pops. Why do you fail to save the Memovira soldiers from my people? Oh, it's your people? Well, because I'm planning on absolutely slaughtering the shit out of her. Your people deserve dignity. The Memovira would trample that with her demands. The grill spits and crackles. No doubt my people have been bereft of respect and justice for some time. Yet the bloodshed may draw unwanted eyes our way. Attention that I would prefer to avoid, especially in this time of change in the bloom, when violence could erupt at any time, the Memovira may decide to show her strength. The flux in the bloom, and thus the Memovira's weakness, is apparent in the instability of the maws that we use for trade and transport. The old maws are closing and new ones open to take their place. There is a new maw here in Little Nihilish, one I would like to see opened, but the Memovira refuses to aid me. She won't even leave her fortress. But I have said enough. What would you have from me? I'm looking for 2 thieves called Delny and Brung. I was told I could find them here. This is their home, yes. At the moment they are hiding at the end of an alley. What can you tell me about Delny and Brung? Young mutants, the prince replies. Though not the best of our kind. Delny possessed a great empathy, a psychic reverberation, while Brung's powers are more subtle. Delny has changed since her association with Brung, who has always been dangerous, troublesome perhaps. As long as they do nothing harmful to our people, I do not act. I will not hesitate should that situation change. What was the proximate cause of the fight between the Memovira's guards and your people? The tank's grill spits a shower of sparks. The bloom no longer favors the Memovira. The bloom is the source of the Memovira's power. If she has no power, the obligation to pay for her protection has vanished. We pay for reality, not promises. The distorted voice crackles with an electric sigh. Perhaps our people have grown tired of the humans taking. Where did your people come from? Our home is the citadel of Nihilish, in the steadfasts beyond. My cousins of the Fahat rule over the 3-tier city wisely and well. Oh, but you come from the same place as the girl up there. My cousins of the Fahat rule over the 3-tier city, wisely and well. When a maw portal opened in Nihilish, we investigated to see if we might eke out a profit. We saw enough possibility that our explorers sent for me, a minor prince of the Fahat. I was to head this trade embassy. The speaker makes a slightly embarrassed noise. I did not think that the maw would close behind us, but 10 years ago, it did. Tell me of the steadfast. You ask much of me. I can tell you only what I have heard, for our glorious city is in what they call the Beyond. The steadfast is a collection of kingdoms, principalities, and other lesser denominations of feudalism, held together through the dictates of the religion, the Order of Truth. The Aeon priests of the Order have spread their faith far and wide. I hear they have even established a foothold in the city of Sega's Cliffs. What can you tell me of the Fahat? My brethren are blessed mutants, each diverging in new pathways for humanity. We rule over the city of Nihilish, using the powers bestowed by our remarkable births, to lead normal humanity to a new age of possibilities. We are close in spirit, yet rivals in politics, for the truth of a mutation lies in its ability to prove its use. The subtleties of our machinations are lost here, alas. Tell me more about Nihilish. The speaker is silent for a moment. The city was once a machine, a colossal device that creates churn. We built atop the machine, creating elaborate structures and impossible architectures, and our city grew into the sky. The great and powerful Nihilish live among the fluted spires and the arcing byways, with powered cars lifting us to the skies in a moment. The shops and palaces of our people, alas, to think that I might die away from my home. The voice goes very quiet. To see sunrise over the cold desert again. To speak with Yigthi on the concourse one last time. I have other questions, I guess. Why are the maws changing and closing? Do you ask for my knowledge or my conjecture? If the first, then I must confess my ignorance. If the second, Garkoto pauses, considering, and the grill hisses and sparks when the mutant speaks again. If the second, I believe the bloom has a feeding cycle. It is an enormous organism, you know, and I suggest that these events are part of a larger pattern. Mutant's vast bulk shifts in the tank. Perhaps the bloom is preparing itself for a new Memovira. Do you want to take the Memovira's place? Garkoto's laughter spills out in a static hiss. I do not desire such responsibility, nor do I seek the attentions of the bloom.
I'll remember that.
As you turn, the speaker buzzes once more. Ah, in case word has not yet reached your ear, I am offering a bounty to the first who can open the newborn maw, and tell me what lies on the other side. The voice pauses. Of course, the first step is to discover what the maw wishes to eat. Without that knowledge, it cannot be opened. I'll look into it. Wherever the maw is.
I'm going.
Hello, Delnian Brung. You wanna die? This slim girl is almost a mirror of the boy who stands next to her. They could be twins or clones, so close is the resemblance. You can see that her features are sharp. Those shadows flit and play too quickly across her face to be sure of anything else. She slumps almost imperceptibly inside her cloak of darkness. As you open your mouth, her companion interposes himself. Scan thoughts. Help!
Making a note.
This sharp-faced young man reminds you of a great rodent, more prone to scampering and sidling than running or walking. Shadows play across his face, distorting his features, and you are unable to get a clear glimpse of his face. Even so, or perhaps especially because of it, he seems to bear a notable resemblance to the young woman standing next to him, their faces shifting and changing in near-perfect time. At your approach, he sniffles loudly and drools some phlegmy spit across your path. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. And though you can't see his face, his tone conveys the sneer clearly enough. What do you want, Popinjay? His voice echoes eerily, a slight delay between the movements of his lips and the sound reaching your ears. I don't like the look of this one. Better get rid of him fast. Who's the girl with you? For the briefest moment, you think you see the face of a victim in her shadows. She casts a despairing eye at you, and then the darkness fills her face with a sneer. Her? She's no one. I am wrong. I am wrong. I asked who the girl with you is. I said she's no one you need to be concerned about. She's my shadow, and my hidden blade, and you should take care I don't stick you with her. I want to know about the girl with you. Tell me of her. Why do you keep asking me about her? Delny is mine, and she will stay mine until I say otherwise. I am the one who's interesting. I'm the one you should care about. Why won't you let this go? This guy is pissing me off. Brung's rage seems to have loosened his control over his companion. Or you see a flash of blue skin beneath the shadows. Her mouth works frantically as if she's trying to tell you something, while her captor struggles with his fury. With an effort of visible will, Brung brings himself and her back under control again. The psychic bond you have on Delny, remove it. He laughs, a shivering peal of mirthless joy that sounds like ice breaking and glass ringing. She is mine. He'll go on my word, not yours. Aw, a bleeding heart. Well, he can't do nothing about it. Strangle him. Well, that was fast. If you don't let her go, I will teach you what suffering truly is. 90. 70. 50. I'm gonna fail on this 90. Oh no. The young man opens his mouth for a sarcastic comeback, but realizes that you might be serious. He holds his hands up to placate you. Alright, one moment. He concentrates, or rather, doesn't concentrate. The shadows flow away from his face and body. He's a much scrawnier person than you thought, almost gaunt, and he doesn't look at all dangerous or menacing. I wonder how long this thug's gonna stick around the broom. Maybe I can get her back someday.
I'll remember that.
He slings towards the exit, quickly and quietly, vanishing around the corner. Delny drops to the ground as he vanishes, and her body begins to tremble and shake. Am I free? Oh gods, the pain, make it stop. Healing, try to help her remain calm. think anyone's good enough at it. I mean, I am 85. 60. Oh, what was it? 85. Failure! Fucker! You don't seem to do any good. Her seizures go on for minutes, her face contorting in an awful rictus. You watch helplessly as she writhes in agony. At last the seizure passes, though you can't claim any credit for it. The shadows have peeled away, drifting into the air like poisonous smoke, and revealing Delny's true form. Her skin is an iridescent blue, and her hair is bright pink. She gasps, "He's gone! He's out of my head too!" And then concern crosses her face. Where did everyone go? It's so quiet in my head now. She shakes her head, as if to clear it, and a small trickle of bluish blood runs from the corner of her mouth, where she bit her tongue or lips. I don't know how to thank you. You must have questions. Tell me about yourself. I was born in Nihilish, and my parents were good people. I learned the walkways of the second tier by heart. That's how I discovered the portal to the Bloom. I kept seeing the traders who came back from here, and they always had such interesting wares. One day I snuck after them. I wanted to see where they came from. Her face darkens. That was the day that Bloom closed its pathway to my home. I used to think it was my fault, but the Bloom doesn't seem to care for me now. After I got here and discovered I couldn't get home, I had to find a way to survive. I found 5 families who were willing to help me, and who could afford to feed me once every few days. I helped them when I could, and kept looking for a way home. But as I got older, she looks embarrassed. I needed more excitement. That's when I met Rung. She looks away, unwilling to say much more. I should have known better, but I was so lonely. No, never again! How did you fall in with Rung in the first place? He seemed dark and fascinating. The adults didn't want me to go near him, but he was like a mirror of what I wanted to be. Strong, mysterious, ambitious. I let him bend me and use my powers to make him more of what he wanted to be, and I didn't realize I was trapped until it was too late. You had quite a time of it. How were you feeling? Being free of Rung is like opening my eyes again, but there's another part of my mind that feels like it's asleep, and I don't know what happened. Could I have lost my powers? That's it? That's all we can talk to her again? Talk to her about? Okay, I guess.
Action! Here I come!
Making a note.
This striking woman towers over you, though she seems gaunt and her skin is pale. Even whitish, she still has a healthy glow that shines through a layer of dirt and grime. A flat circle of metal is affixed to her forehead, showing through her long blonde hair. As you approach, she begins to flex and tense, not in fear, but in preparation to fight. Her heavy armor is scarred by energies and battered by blades, but it seems to have retained its integrity. The sigil of 2 crossed swords is etched into the breastplate. She glowers. Have you come to beat the poor prisoner? Then be ready to tell your friends about the day Herja bested you. Then she studies you more closely. Or have you come to question me? Tell Garkoto that my answer is unchanged. He can rot in his soup. She pauses for a moment. I would appreciate an honest soup. The food they provide here would shame a Murden. Now the mutants have enlisted humans to make me confess. They are sick. I have no idea what you're talking about. Her just stares at you for a moment, as if weighing the truth of your words. My apologies. I have been in this place for too long, and I am leaping to unwarranted conclusions on the basis of no evidence. So, she scans the crumbled ruins that surround her, contempt in her eyes. You want to ask me something? What are you doing here? He sighs. These mutants have accused me of a crime. They tell me that I must confess to this imaginary horror before they will let me go. So here I sit rotting away while they ask me to choose between the truth and my freedom. She rolls her shoulders and looks you squarely in the eye. I choose to honor the truth. They have no laws and no souls. There can be no crimes against them. What? What's that sigil on your armor? She looks down, frowning. as if she had forgotten she wore such an emblem. This? Now this is the symbol of the Angular Knights. The crossed blades represent our ability to step beyond the laws of nations, in order to deal true justice. We seek to reclaim the world for humanity's light. Okay. I want to talk about the allegations against you. The mutants claim that I poisoned them. A number of them died, and they decided that I was to blame. That is all they are, allegations. Barkoto has no right to imprison me. I don't think you're telling me everything. The mutants must have some reason to be suspicious of you. Wow. These are terrible odds. %, still kind of sucks though. Very well, Herja.
Onward!
Onward! Save before we use an item. Heal, thank you.
All right.
There, 90%. I don't think you're telling me everything. The mutants must have some reason to suspect you. She studies you carefully, weighing your words against some internal barometer. At last she says, "Yes, it's true that I poisoned their water. I could not enter Nihilish itself, but I had heard of this bastard offshoot of their clan. I wanted to slay one of the Fahat. I took the journey from the Steadfast under considerable peril, and I brought death with me. They are not human. They are not. Surely I did right by my people.
Making a note.
This is the first time that I have tried something like this. I do not regret what I did. The mutant prince wishes to see me show remorse, but he will not have the satisfaction." Okay. So you're guilty. A reddened mass of flesh protrudes from the bloom wall, surrounded by waving tendrils. The flesh is thick and strong, glistening like a newborn beast. A jagged seam runs across its surface, with faint light spilling from within. As you approach, all the sounds of the little Nihilish seem to fade. The hushed conversation of the mutants recede into the distance, replaced by the hissing, chittering voices of the bloom. Matkina lays a hand on your shoulder. "A maw," whispers Matkina, as if she didn't want to draw its attention. Her voice is wary, respectful. Those waving tendrils, they're its tongues. The bloom is focused here. If it likes the smell of you, it'll take a bite. Her mouth quirks a little. Probably best for our ilk to steer clear. Got to open the maw with the trans-dimensional scalpel. Listen carefully to the bloom's voices. The hissings and chitterings of the bloom are no different than usual, as far as you can tell. Your sharp senses provide no particular advantage in hearing the odd sounds. You realize that the bloom's voices are a psychic phenomenon, not a physical one. They are literally voices in your head. You can't detect any patterns or meanings in the sounds. They seem entirely random.
All right.
Okay.
On it.
Here's what I want to do.
If you want a job done
Well.
right,
Here's what I want to do next time.
Ready.
Since I just noticed it's past midnight. Which means it is definitely time to go. And I am getting winded from reading anyway. But next time I'm gonna
look out below! Above!
drink from the people, and actually we should manage to rest somehow. Maybe we can rest in that church. You could ask about it.
You want it done right.
Or maybe if she will let us sleep here for free. Diane raises her head in a businesslike manner, belied only by her surroundings. You've returned. I don't suppose you've learned anything new about Delny and Rung? Delny won't be bothering you anymore, and Rung is gone. For good, I
I'll
hope.
remember that.
Well, she says. The doubt in her voice is clear. I certainly hope you're right. Regardless, you have done more than I ever could, and you have my gratitude. She produces a pouch from her pocket. Please accept this in thanks. If Rung is truly gone, I can afford a little excess. Also, you may feel free to sleep here any time. No charge. I wonder what he could have done to Rung. I hope he remains amiable towards me. Don't worry. You gave me a mug. Glad. This cup appears to have been roughly carved in one piece from a graphite material. It leaves a black residue on your fingers anytime you touch it. Certain, but not all liquids poured into this cup will be heated to a boiling point immediately. There's no apparent pattern in what liquids it will or will not heat up, but it seems to activate specifically with synthetic fluids. There is no discernible power source on the device enabling it to heat the liquids. It could be the graphite material itself is the source of that energy. Because it is so difficult to activate, it does not seem to be possible to tap directly into the cup's power source. Okay, very cool. Can sell it at least, I suppose. But again, like always, I feel like I want to. But what I want to do now is go to bed. So, until next time, thanks for hanging and have a good night. Bye-bye.